What is it about Africa? Some see struggle. We see opportunity. This is where we thrive. Africa is a land of contrasts. Hundreds of millions of our people live without access to clean water and electricity. Yet we have more entrepreneurs than any other continent, and by 2050, half of the world's youth will be African. Africa's been busy. We're urbanizing, embracing technology. We're sprinting forward with some of the fastest growing economies in the world. It's time for African-driven solutions to African problems. It's time to seize the moment and create our own narrative to build the Africa we want. Business has the power to bring about change at scale and make money doing so. The shared value business model reconnects business success with social progress. Shared value is also about partnerships, building business networks that create inclusive growth. The power of collaboration should never be underestimated. If we can bring together businesses and communities from across Africa with a shared purpose, we can build economic value and, most importantly, value for society. It's time for Africa to become the economic powerhouse of the future. Become part of Africa's most powerful shared value business network. Join the Shared Value Africa initiative today.
Okay, got it. Okay, sorry again. Afternoon, all, and welcome to the opening session of the Africa Shared Value Leadership Summit. I can hear my voice twice. Can you hear me? My welcome, you must have heard it 3 times now, hey? So, okay, welcome again, and to the opening session of the Africa Shared Value Leadership Summit. And thank you all for making the time to join us. My name is Tikkie Barnard, and I'm the CEO and founder of Shift Impact Africa and the Shared Value Africa Initiative. A big note of appreciation go out to our sponsors, as I want to say to all of you, today would not have been possible without your support. Thank you, Absa Bank Kenya, Visa, Old Mutual Group, Abbott, and UN Global Compact. I would also like to thank our Shared Value member base for their loyal support this year. I think as we all gathered here today, we know that we face many challenges as leaders, as businesses, and as the human race. Two of the biggest challenges of our time is food insecurity and that huge gender equality deficit. But in spite of these challenges, we as shared value advocates believe that Africa is where we're building the global future. So creating shared value is about profitability. It's about sustainability, and it's about creating a more equal society for all. Shared value cannot be achieved without consciously and intentionally addressing our societal and environmental impact and the challenges as organizations, governments, and civil society. So in October 2021, GSMA reached out to the Shared Value Africa Initiative to join forces and deliver our Africa Shared Value Leadership flagship event alongside the Mobile World Congress. And the purpose of combining these two flagship events was to convene and is to convene industry experts, business leaders, governments, and interested parties from across all sectors to form collaborative partnerships and to consciously and intentionally commit to create value and collective impact to build a more prosperous Africa for all. As the Shared Value Africa initiative, we believe that there is no greater barrier to our economic growth in Africa than the lack of connectivity and affordable access to broadband for all. We heard the president earlier on to say, when he said, and it's something that resonated with me, when he said progress cannot come at the cost of the most vulnerable. So we cannot expect economic growth if we do not educate, empower, and equip our people, especially our women and youth, with the necessary information that will empower them to make more informed decisions. So technology, connectivity, and affordable access can be the enabler and the game changer. And Africa has the ability to overcome all our challenges. We have a youth dividend unlike any other continent. So we can accomplish success through collaboration, strong ecosystems, alliances, associations, and partnerships to unite this beautiful continent of ours. And in closing, the shared value dream for the outcome of this entire event, and some of you were in the auditorium today, and I think we're expecting about 4,000 of us over the 3 days, is that we will connect, we will collaborate, and form ecosystems to drive solutions and actions needed to take Africa to its rightful place on the global stage. My ask from all of you today: do not leave Kigali without making a conscious and intentional commitment to drive change, as Africa needs us every minute, every hour, every day. So please, I want to ask all of you to join us today and later on for our other sessions, and on Wednesday at the Better Future stage to see our young shared value leaders in action. I wish you all an enjoyable summit filled with new learnings and commitments, and may God bless us all. And before I hand over to Pritesh Sharar, a fellow Shift Impact Africa board member and the CEO of Lurie's Africa and the Middle East, and Pritesh is our host for the session that's now going to come up, please allow me to share a message from Professor Mark Kramer via video. Mark, with Michael, is one of the creators of the shared value business management concept, and Mark is also a world-renowned economist and senior business lecturer at Harvard Business School. So thank you all again from the bottom of my heart for being here, and I hope that together after this summit we'll go away and commit to making change. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Mark Kramer on the Harvard Business School faculty and the co-author of the original article on creating shared value roughly 20 years ago with Professor Michael Porter. I am very pleased to welcome you to the annual Africa Shared Value Leadership Summit. And I'm very sorry that because of my teaching schedule here at the business school, I'm not able to join you in person. I have very fond memories of the shared value summits in Africa that I have been able to attend in the past. And I know that Tiki Barnard always does a wonderful job. I'm particularly excited about the conference this year because of the partnership with GSMA and the ability to link shared value with ICT and mobile phones and internet access. You know, nearly 3 billion people around the world still lack access to mobile phones and the internet. And yet we've seen time and again how essential that access is to social and economic progress. One need only think of M-Pesa and what it has done to expand the economies of different nations within Africa and to enable people, however remote they may be, to safely save money for their future. Or we think of Discovery Insurance based out of South Africa that gives each of its members a free Apple Watch, and then through that connectivity is able to monitor and reward them for their exercise sessions, which leads people to exercise more, which actually leads to better health outcomes. So we can see that shared value, mobile phones, and the internet are deeply connected. And I believe that is one of the things that gives Africa such an important edge in the future. A lot has changed in Africa over the last 20 years. The number of children in primary school has doubled. The number of maternal and newborn deaths has dropped by half. Governments have improved in many nations across the continent, and the Africa Union's fight against corruption has made a difference. But of course, there are many, many problems that remain. Yet the energy, the youthfulness, the creativity of Africa, I believe, will make Africa into one of the leading economic forces in the world for the future. And what that's really about is innovation. You know, people often overlook the connection between shared value and innovation. But it is really about using the challenges of solving our society's problems to create new innovations, new business models, new products, new services, new ways of partnering with other companies, with NGOs, with communities and governments that can create profitable businesses that help address our society's problems at scale. One of the best examples of this that I know of is the Italian power company Enel, which actually operates in 30 different countries, including on the continent of Africa, and which has become the world leader among electric utilities in the move to decarbonization. And not just to an energy transition, but to a just and equitable energy transition that takes into account the well-being of the communities where they operate. Enel has done something very different from other companies. They have combined their sustainability department with their innovation and research and development department to create a new department that they call innovability, innovation plus sustainability. And it is that idea of taking the challenges of sustainability as a source of new innovation that has enabled Enel to be so much further ahead of its competitors in this field. And that, I believe, is the opportunity for Africa to take the challenges that it faces as a continent and use those challenges as a stimulus for innovation to find new models of creating shared value that can advance the economy, the well-being of its citizens, and the health of the planet. And with that thought, I leave you to what I am sure will be an outstanding day of discussion, meetings, and I hope innovation. Thank you very much.
There we go. So I'm not sure if you can hear me. Is the mic on? Fantastic. So, hi, good afternoon, everyone, as I move away from the speakers. My name is Peter Stewart, as Tiki has highlighted, and I'm the CEO of the LUIS, African Middle East, which is an organization that supports creative excellence across our fantastic region. And I'm also honored to be able to sit on the board of Shift Impact Africa. So welcome to this Africa Shared Value Leadership Summit. This really is truly about leadership. So today, as part of this session and throughout this entire 2 days, you're going to hear from the leadership from amazing organizations who are making a difference and really truly embodying the values of shared value. But also, there's another part to this, which is where it also gives you the opportunity to take the leadership to make the difference in your organizations. The learnings that you're going to get here today and throughout the next 2 days truly are learnings that you can take back and then empower your entire organization to ultimately empower society. So today we're going to be speaking about creating shared value, technology as an enabler to drive Africa's growth. And this is truly something where, again, we look at how we can use technology as an enabler in this leadership journey to enable us to create more value. As I've highlighted, shared value really is about that. It's about creating value, but value that we can truly share as communities and as organizations to empower the societies that we work in right now. And right now, one of the things that we're really seeing and that we've seen over the last 2 decades or so is that technology is one of the most powerful ways to actually create value in society. We've seen this with the likes of Bill Gates in the early days to the likes of Elon Musk today. There are individuals out there who are able to utilize the power of technology to be able to go out there and create value. But a lot of this value is obviously created for themselves, which is why they sit on these lists and we have a look at them sitting high in this list. What we're going to do today, as we listen to these amazing speakers in this session, is to try and understand how we can use value in our organizations to create value that truly empowers organizations and ultimately empowers the communities that we serve as these organizations as well. One of the things that we heard today, and again, thank you all for being here and apologies for being a little late, but as you know, we're listening to His Excellency President Kagame speaking, and it was absolutely worth it having a listen to his chat and to come here. And as part of those discussions that were happening on that stage as well, were these discussions that we have 3.6 billion people who are not connected to the internet. And if you actually think about that number, as we approach 8 billion people on this planet, having nearly 50% of the global population not connected to the internet really stops us from being able to create the value that's really required to move society forward. So today, hopefully, we'll be able to get some of those learnings that are really going to make a difference. Ultimately, our goal is to ensure that those innovation pipelines that exist are going to grow, are going to be improved, and those innovation pipelines are going to start benefiting societies at large. To go straight into our discussion today to ensure that we have some of this amazing knowledge that's accessible and available to us, I would like to welcome on stage right now Sanda Ojiyama, who's the CEO and Assistant Secretary General of UN Global Compact. Now, the interesting thing is Sanda comes from the corporate world. She has both these hats, where she's been able to see the corporate impact that can happen in society, and now sitting at the UN, being able to apply these in an environment that actually absolutely proves that corporate thinking can be used to uplift society. And I'd please like to welcome Sanda on stage to be able to share her thoughts with us. So much. Would you like me to switch on the mic? So once you're done,
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I hope it's not echoing, and also hope you can see me. Guests and friends, because I think we are friends or going to be friends over the next couple of days of this conversation. You know, we had an incredible opening session with His Excellency Paul Kagame, and I think he set the tone for the massive opportunity that exists on the African continent. But sometimes the numbers may seem mind-boggling. The unmet needs, the revenue generated, or the values created. But let me attempt to just bring it home for us in a couple of seconds. If by any chance anyone in the room has not used a form of technology this morning, please raise your hand. And of course, we had that moment of panic when WhatsApp was down globally, and just really demonstrated, I think, how technology is really bringing us together. This morning, what did I do? I did a couple of mobile money transactions. I checked the weather because it's so great to be here and not in New York. I caught up with local, regional, and global newspapers and made a couple of phone calls, ostensibly on a free Wi-Fi connection. Connectivity and mobile telephony indeed have become part of all of our lives. 20 years ago, I know that we would not have imagined the ways in which technology is powering our daily lives, shaping our decisions, and indeed driving our future. But the question is, and I think we heard this from President Kagame as well, is how do we go further, faster, so that the benefits of technology benefit more people, drive forward growth and development, and really create the Africa that we want. You know, statistics say that every day, 5 billion people connect to the internet worldwide. Of course, millions of them are on the African continent, seeking to communicate, to connect, to inform, to learn, to solve challenges, to generate wealth, and address a myriad of socioeconomic opportunities. We've heard again this morning about the unmet potential around the usage gap, ensuring that smart devices and data are affordable and accessible, and at a policy level, obviously looking at issues such as the frameworks, interoperability, and harmonization. We must really recognize the added value that digital connectivity brings, both to a private perspective, but certainly for the public good. E-commerce, e-governance, education, healthcare, agriculture, financial inclusion. I think we caught a glimpse of all of that in the opening video that we had. And of course, as we lead up to the climate conference in Egypt later this year, the greening of telecommunication networks and the significant amounts of energy that a green network creates are really critical for Africa's transformation. These are just a few examples of how technology is working for the world right now. And I think for those who ascribe to the SDGs, and you should because I believe they're around your necks, infrastructure is definitely much more than SDG number 9 on industry and innovation, truly underpinning all of the other SDGs and really reflecting the strong continuum of shared value. However, I learned something new the other day. There's about 7,000 languages spoken worldwide. Any guess as to how many of those languages are on the internet? And I'll actually take a guess. All? No? 3,000? No. Sazini? 5. No, got to be more than 5. Just a couple of hundreds. So look at how much we're leaving behind. You know, we've talked a lot about relevant content, but can content be available if really, you know, thousands of languages are just not captured by the amazing capabilities of the internet? How do we really drive that inclusivity that we're looking for if we're not there yet? There's lots of opportunity. That was just one interesting statistic. But let me talk a little bit about some global perspectives. The world is definitely interconnected. 3 main challenges, we call them the 3 Cs: climate, climate change rather, COVID-19, and conflicts, all really impacting us around the world, no matter where you sit. I think we've all experienced weather challenges, food shortages, energy shocks, and inflation. And really, what does digital have to do with all of this? I think the fact is for the African continent, we remain disproportionately impacted. Africa's resilience and growth will not be achieved through brick and mortar solutions. So really connectivity and technology are critical for how we must move forward in both attaining economic growth, inclusivity, and certainly driving forward the sustainable development goals. And for those who follow the words of President Kagame yet again, I think there lies a real opportunity for Africa to take on these challenges herself by problem solving, by innovation, by self-determination, by including the private sector, but most importantly, by proactively shaping our own multi-stakeholder and multilateral partnerships and relationships. And I think that's where the shared value principle comes in very strongly, because from a private sector angle, doing principled business and responsible business really can drive forward a lot of the gains that we seek to achieve. We're moving in the direction, friends, but still so many millions are being left behind. We've heard some of the statistics. The reality is that internet penetration lies at about half of the global average on the African continent. There's truly no time to waste. The African Union's digital transformation strategy aspires to create a pan-African digital market by the end of the decade. But this can only be achieved if governments, regulators, and private sector implement and really put to task the necessary policy frameworks for the mobile industry to thrive and for shared value to truly prosper. For those who follow trade and business, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, which recently launched its 8-country guided trade initiative, and Rwanda is one of the 8, is poised to help accelerate investment opportunities on the continent. And I'm very sure that connectivity and digitization will play a significant role in enhancing the success. So today at this conference, technological priorities might have focused on connectivity, the usage gap, and broadband access. But at the same time, technology needs are growing and shifting. AI, encryption technologies, the metaverse, blockchain, the list goes on. Are we solving for today's problems, or are we looking for where the opportunities lie tomorrow? I think real technology and innovation and shared value generation really requires a fresh paradigm. Embracing radical collaboration and affordability and accessibility for that much needed larger public good and economic growth. For those that look at financing, risk, and investment, I think for the continent, we really need to examine the barriers that limit domestic and foreign investment in country. And this results in high risk project and country profiles that make it unattractive for investment. But the truth is, as the businessman in the room will tell you, there is no business without risk. So the good news for the African continent, from my view, is that the continent is uniquely positioned to be a great driver of global business and a leader in global technology revolution. With a $2.5 trillion market, every sector of Africa's economy is on a growth trajectory: manufacturing, agriculture, finance, technology. With a vibrant youthful population, as we heard, and a future projection that 1 in 4 people by 2050 will be from this continent, Africa is certainly a very large consumer and business market. Africa's growth, I'd call it unstoppable. But to get there, we have to be sure that this is based on shared value principles and inclusivity. So to answer my opening question, how do we get there further and faster so that the benefits of technology benefit more people and drive forward growth? I believe shared value principles can get us there. But we have to underpin this with a focus on urgency, inclusivity, and radical collaboration. And I say this because I firmly believe that when Africa wins, the world wins. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that, Sanda. I was listening to Sanda's chat as well about, sorry, hopefully you're not getting too much of feedback. I'll try and stand here. Sanda's chat about every sector of Africa's economy is actually growing. And one of the things that really interests me in my previous life, I used to be in the FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods side. So I still have a habit of loving to go into environments and stores and having a look and get a feel in terms of what's actually happening in those spaces itself. And I'm based in South Africa, and I can go into any major supermarket right now. And when I go in and have a look at products, I can find products from the USA, products from Poland, from the UK, and everywhere. But trying to find products that come from Rwanda, impossible. Nigeria, impossible. Kenya, impossible. And one of the big challenges we have is that obviously, as the technology improves, one of the things that we'll have is greater collaboration as well, greater ability to understand, again, combined with some of the governmental policies that are actually needed. But again, when the technology exists and the communication that comes with the technology, the opportunity for collaboration that comes with the technology, what we'll find that it strengthens Africa as a continent as well. As Sana has also highlighted, is you can sit here right now and you can, all of us, have the ability to do business as we sit right now. I did the same thing as I sit and did a little bit of banking as we are sitting in between the talk. But what we need to do is obviously extend that to a greater degree of the population, and we'll see amazing results. Obviously, to share a little bit more about this as well, and especially from a banking perspective, we have James again, who's the managing principal for corporate and investment banking at Absa Bank Kenya PLC. James is a great supporter of shared value, a great believer in its power and to make a difference across the African continent. And we're so honored to have James here today to share some of his thinking and his thoughts. James.
Thank you very much, Pritesh. Earlier on, as we were working through the schedule, when I saw I'm speaking after Sandra, I tried my very best to M-Pesa Pritesh to change the order, but I failed. But that notwithstanding, I'll try and just pick up from where she left to kind of bring it to a perspective from an African perspective, and most importantly, from a financing and a banking perspective. And as I start the conversation, I think I just want to reflect back a little bit from where, as a continent, we came from, so that we can bring it up to the current day and then take the conversation up from there. And I think you all recall that, in the early 2000s, 2000 and 2014, were that big popular era of Africa Rising. And what is important about this is that the African continent was flourishing in a big way. I mean, macroeconomic management, better political governance that was taking place, and most importantly, a very strong spirit of entrepreneurship, which of course led to the coining of that great phrase, Africa Rising. But we all know that from around 2015, not just Africa, but the world at large started suffering from the effects, which again have been spoken to earlier, around, the global crisis that we faced, around the world, COVID-19, which has been mentioned. And of course, this led to deceleration of the growth that we saw in the African continent. But I think what's most important is that with the coming in of COVID-19, there's a flip side to it, which we must all attest to, that it really accelerated the growth of technology in many ways that many of us would not have imagined. And on the back of that, we've seen this actually become an engine and an enabler of growth in the continent, and most importantly, the impact that's been created in the continent and shared value for stakeholders and society at large. And for me, where I'm putting my biggest bet, and where the financial services play comes in, is what we are calling Africa's promise and potential. And Africa's promise and potential is the continent's youthful, tech-savvy population. I think you've all seen the numbers that kind of talk about close to 1.4 billion people below the age of 25, therefore making Africa the continent with the youngest population. And what this does is that it creates a catalyst for a huge consumption market, and not just in the years to come, but in the continents to come. And therefore, supporting that, of course, is the mobile phone and the internet connectivity that we enjoy in the continent, as it were. And of course, we've all seen the numbers from GSMA, talking about the numbers that have access, over 500 million. Of course, we spoke about the usage gap, whether they are using it or not. But of course, studies from the likes of the Brookings Institute that kind of also show that, by 2030, actually the access to internet and mobile technology will be at parity with the rest of the world. And therefore, now bringing it to the topic of discussion today is that clearly a very, very strong linkage between technology, mobile connectivity, internet access, and household welfare in Africa. I think we've seen a study from Senegal that actually shows that just 3G coverage, we're not even talking about 4G or 5G, increased consumption by 14% and reduced poverty in Senegal by 10%. And furthermore, in the continent, as a result of mobile technologies, 1.7 billion jobs have been created, and the GDP contribution of this is over $140 billion in the continent. And therefore, we can see how this then is becoming a key catalyst. And for us, what's important is the role that the financial services sector can play in ensuring that this continues to then empower and see the continent actually grow based on mobile technology. Therefore, the important thing from a financial services perspective is that the use of technology to quickly reconceive products and markets, and most importantly, reinvent value chains, which again has become a really critical component where technology is playing a massive role in connecting ecosystems. And we had that conversation earlier on this morning. And of course, using this to increase productivity and efficiency, and of course, creating growth opportunities for communities cannot be understated. And therefore, given that Africa still has the highest rates of financial exclusion, i.e., the formerly unbanked and underbanked population, which is as much as 86% in some countries, notwithstanding the access to internet and mobile connectivity, there's a big, big role here that the whole aspect of technology can play in empowering and creating growth and shared value in the economies. And if I just use Kenya as an example, is that despite progress in the deepening, and that again was alluded to, and the learned professor also did mention it, a study by FinAccess shows that 17% of Kenyan adults actually still remain fully excluded, i.e., don't have a bank account, don't use any other form of financial services through mobile money, or even collective saving systems. And therefore, usage and penetration into mobile money and adoption through the whole continent, therefore, will be extremely important. And as we continue to outpace the rest of the other regions, where mobile banking, peer-to-peer lending, and of course, increasing use to the extent that 70% of now the $1 trillion of mobile money transactions taking place in the world now is being done in the continent. There's a lot of rails that have been built that will enable us to actually leverage on this in a very, very big way to see the growth and the shared value that is needed out of that. And on the back of that, therefore, mobile platforms, digital banking, being used as a key component of unlocking value from a now a lot more digitally connected continent of Africa is a critical factor that will ensure that the formerly unbanked but economically active have an access to enable them to grow their businesses, and therefore leveraging on mobile-based banking platforms to ensure that the growth, therefore, and the shared value that comes out of this is actually achieved. In our part as APSA, we've been actively working to improve access to affordable financial services by utilizing alternative channels from what traditionally was known to be the brick and mortar, and therefore increasing consumer access. In Kenya, we have the Timiza virtual banking platform, which, for example, provides financial services to small business owners who were previously excluded. And this platform, since inception, has already reached more than 5 million users. And as a result of this, not only are they accessing just banking services at a low cost, but also being able to access other important components of financial services such as savings, insurance, and payments. And most importantly, then allowing this customer base to be able to then focus on growing their businesses and not spending too much time on accessing financial services. Distinguished guests, let me also just touch slightly on the reality, on the fact that notwithstanding the fact that we've spoken quite a lot this morning about the challenges of digital connectivity, and that's been a challenge. But I think what's important is that how do we then leverage on this? Because increasingly, and again, as we had this morning, we are seeing this enabling a lot of day-to-day life activities to happen, whether it's banking, healthcare, education, media, communications, and even identity. A lot of reliance on identity now is reliant on this. And therefore, for us, what we see is that success will come when it's essential to re-envision the shared value framework and create viable, robust business, societal, and environmental value by leveraging on technology as an enabler. From a social perspective alone, we at APSA are leveraging the power of tech to empower this very, very youthful population I spoke about. And by 2025, we want to have reached 1 million youth in our Ready to Work program, which is an initiative that then enables them to get employability and, most importantly, entrepreneurial skills to ensure they get livelihoods going forward. Technology is also used as an excellent tool for integration. And I think we've had a lot about integration being spoken about, and particularly in the African continent that we are seeing increasing unification, and especially fueled by the activities we're seeing about Pan-African trade. And therefore, you cannot underestimate the role of reliable connectivity. And this then enhances connectivity, competitiveness, integration, and ability to reach markets across the whole continent. And as Pritesh just mentioned earlier on today, is that getting products from other African countries into other markets has still remained a challenge, and therefore a huge reliance on technology to enable us to actually achieve this. And for us at APSA, again, building on the rails to enable this to happen from a Pan-African perspective remains important, and technology's role in this cannot again be understated. So in closing, I am extremely one of the people who do not need any more convincing that the role of technology will be creating tremendous opportunities in shared growth, prosperity, and opportunities for the larger African population to grow and their prosperity. Technology, especially under the lens of the shared value approach, considers the power of scale, ecosystems, um, and partnerships to enhance service delivery, keep frontline empowered to serve, and the value of diverse social and economic needs. And for us, really what's important here is, of course, the whole aspect of creating the ecosystems, connecting the ecosystems and the value chains that ensure that then connectivity right from massive multinationals and large manufacturers and big corporates in the continent right down to the smallest user of the services and goods actually gets served in a manner that creates value across each of those stakeholders. And therefore, these partnerships between tech companies, MNOs, large organizations such as banks, can open up the world of possibilities for creating technology-based shared value, increasing the wealth pie, i.e. not just fighting for the existing pie, but increasing the size of the pie and accelerating growth from both an industry, but most importantly, a societal perspective. And therefore, technology being the force multiplier to propel Africa to the next level is an area that we as APSA are committed to, and partnering with all the relevant stakeholders in a journey which has already been spoken about from this morning and up to just the presenters who spoke just now, to ensure that the frameworks are in place to generate value, robust business growth, society, and most importantly, environmental value, leveraging on financial services to ensure that the continent achieves the growth aspirations it has. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and really appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, James. And I think, one of the key things that I really appreciate what James was highlighting as well, which is so important for all of us to apply our minds to, is that we have so many people who are economically active but do not have access to banking products purely because of the challenges of the environment. And this is where technology is going to make a real massive difference in terms of allowing these individuals to have access to those banking products. And it's going to be important to every single person in this room, to every company that's out there. Because as you try and grow shared value, as you try and grow your businesses, having a population that has access to banking is going to be imperative in ensuring that your businesses grow as well. So thank you to organizations such as APSA and everyone else who's working towards this very, very valuable goal. So our next step is we have a fireside chat. This is an opportunity for us to deep dive into this idea of creating shared value and technology as an enabler to drive Africa's growth. And what better way to do that than to speak to two individuals who are doing amazing work from two great brands. And if I can please welcome them on stage, we have Steve Kiptines, who's the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer at Safaricom, and then Masarame Moyeme, who's the Group Marketing, Public Affairs, and Sustainability Director at Old Mutual. Welcome. Thank you, Masarame. If I can place you here as well. Thank you so much. Yeah, and Steve, so nice to meet you. Thank you. Well, thank you both for joining us. And this, as I highlighted, this is an opportunity for us to have a bit more of a deep dive in terms of unpacking the value and power of technology in actually driving growth right now. And maybe, Masarame, since we've had a chance to chat quite a few times, maybe in terms of having a look at Old Mutual right now, how important is technology as an enabler in terms of connecting with people and driving the growth of your business?
Thank you, Pritesh. For those that don't know who Old Mutual is, it's one of the oldest insurance companies in Africa. We are actually 177 years old, with most of our business in Southern Africa, with South Africa being the biggest market. And we are also one of the biggest employers with approximately 30,000 employees across all the markets where we operate. And we are in 13 countries in the continent. We also have a small business in China, which is growing.
Wow.
And Rwanda is one of our markets. So I'm proud to be here with a team of people that actually have Africa in their hearts every day.
Brilliant.
So you're asking about technology for a company like ours. It's the fuel for the cars when you think about it. There was a time when customers had to walk into a branch, meet an advisor, and sign some documents without even understanding what they were buying. But now we have moved to digital means, and our customers can transact anywhere in the world, whether they're buying short term insurance, which we have in our stable of offerings, whether they're buying life insurance, banking products, or if they even want to learn more about what they're buying and also use some of the apps we have to teach them more about financial education. So it is what we need. It's that fuel that drives our business. It's growing and growing really fast across all the markets.
Amazing. So what's really interesting is obviously with All Mutual, having come again, as it over 100 years old, coming from a point where pre-technological revolution and then finding a way to actually adapt. And Safaricom, though, is in a different side because technology is at the heart of your business. How are you finding this, Steve, in terms of growing technology, new technology that actually emerges and the impact that it's making on your business and for your consumers?
Thank you. So it's everything. I like that you said that it's the fuel that makes everything move. I mean, for us as a technology company, the fact that we are in a space where innovation happens is very exciting. But to quote my CEO, innovation for the sake of it means absolutely nothing if it's not going to transform lives. If you want to look at the health sector, if you want to look at education, Africa has MSMEs right across the length and breadth of it, and that's what makes businesses. So innovating for MSMEs. And so in literally all those different sectors, the innovation that Safaricom employs in order to transform those lives from a business perspective, from access to, let me give an example of health. One of the partnerships we have with one of the leading children hospitals in Nairobi called the Gertrude's Children Hospital is to provide access to specialist medical care to children who live in rural communities, very far-flung areas, who otherwise would not, even within their communities, have access to that kind of specialist medical care. And so for us as Safaricom, when we look at the technology right at the point of innovating for the service, for the product, we will have to ask ourselves, how is this going to add value and create that value that is shared so that the people in consuming our services, in paying for those services, can identify that this is a life changer for me without which my life would not move from one point to another. So there's numerous examples I could give. And another one, I suppose, would be in education, because without education, then you're not able to transform the lives of a wide number of people. We're living, some of us, with people who are digital natives, but by the same extension, you have children who are in rural areas who don't have access to the technology, who don't have access to the devices. So again, Safaricom is looking at ensuring that we can exploit the opportunities for connecting those that are not connected, but even more, provide those who are connected, but at a very basic level. Because if you don't have access to a smartphone, for example, which allows you to get on the broadband bandwagon, then there's a limited amount of services that you can access. I won't talk too much right now about M-Pesa. I'll give that example later. But really, what Safaricom is all about is innovating with purpose to make sure that anyone that uses our services and our products will identify that transformational value of it and make sure that it's spread across. We've just had a new government coming in, and one of the things we're looking at is trying to answer the questions around their digital pillar, which is looking at providing affordable credit. And so, even the financial institutions in our country, that's one of the questions we are grappling with. How do we do that to enable that pillar of the government reach to what they call the hustler economy? I'll leave it at that for now.
Amazing. And I appreciate the thoughts in terms of innovating with purpose, which is absolutely true. You can easily create products these days and services, but if they're not actually adding value, what is the purpose of actually doing that? One of the other areas I appreciate is your focus on health and improving health, because again, you need a healthy population in order to ensure that these shared value principles can be spread. Now, Masaram, I know at Old Mutual as well, health is really, really important. We've had some discussions in the past in terms of during the COVID-19 outbreak, in terms of the support that you've given to ensure a healthy population. Again, it's all around the shared value principles. Would you like to highlight some of that for us, please?
Yes, and I'm not going to talk about how we handled the pandemic within Old Mutual, but I want to give an example of how Old Mutual worked with government and other organizations, including NGOs, in facilitating the proper use of funds that came through to an organization called the Solidarity Fund. So we realized that part of the problem with funding coming through to support an important initiative like getting people to vaccinate, supporting the rural communities, and ensuring that these vaccinations were transported to those that needed them. So we decided to manage the funds on behalf of the Solidarity Fund. That's a powerful shared value approach, because without that, I don't think global funders would have sent so much money to South Africa to accelerate vaccination. And the other thing that we did with our balance sheet team, working in the background very quietly, was to get our stakeholder engagement teams to be the connection between the beneficiaries, the funders, and the Solidarity Fund. And that work was done over 2.5 years. And we just provided those resources that were dedicated to getting the Solidarity Fund to work. And this may seem like a very small example, but it's actually big, because the amount of money that was in the remit of the Solidarity Fund was huge. And it could have made very bad headlines if it wasn't used properly. Now, the Solidarity Fund, because South Africa has been able to manage the scourge, it closed at the end of September, and the external audit of their numbers, what they spent it for, and the keeping of the documents was 100%. And for me, that's a very good example of shared value, and I think a good example for the rest of the African countries to learn from. That you can have business, you can have government, you can have NGOs, and you can have some of the very, very good business people stepping aside to participate in something as important as that. So that for me is about single purpose, everybody coming together and understanding that we had this enemy we had to fight together.
Mhm. And how good governance can be a part of creating that shared value as well.
Governance is even more important. You guys probably have read about some of the issues that we're dealing with right now in South Africa, with skeletons coming out and people being implicated for corruption and money missing. So that's been the story of everything new happening, and the Solidarity Fund for me stands out as a good example of great governance, with everyone holding each other accountable and having experts actually manage the funds.
Amazing. Steve, one of the things I should tell you about as well is, we do a shared value award at the Luries, and we continuously see these amazing examples coming from Safaricom. And Safaricom seems to be an organization that truly understands and embraces the principles of shared value at a fantastic level. When from your experience in the organization, I think it's very useful. Why is it that Safaricom spends so much of effort in terms of growing these shared value communities and investing in business models built on shared value?
That's a very good question. And the answer lies in how Safaricom was started. Before we sort of gave it the tag and called it, sustainability, running a sustainable business, working through the principles of shared value, making sure that we can leave impact. It was, as we call it, in the spirit of Safaricom. It was sort of, inborn, interestingly, and obviously, led by our first CEO, Michael Joseph. And over the years of Safaricom's life, we began to realize that it is extremely important to ensure that the communities that you are living in can see the value of the business and not just in the profits that you appear to be making. To that extent, therefore, we began to ask ourselves, what must we do differently? Because now it became a more conscious decision. But like I said, it was innate in us, inborn, if you like. What do we start doing differently to make sure that we are able to create an impact? The very soul of Safaricom, therefore, for us, lies in being able to touch lives across the country. We believe that we have a social contract with the communities that we're living in, with the communities whom we expect to buy our services, purchase our products. And that community contract is to say, what can we do for you? What can we do for them to change their lives, to transform their lives? There is nothing more fulfilling, I have to tell you, than the transformation of life stories that we've seen across all our 47 counties. So that for Safaricom, it's the purpose to transform lives, which is first. It's the people and then the profits. And interestingly, the profits will actually follow. Well, the question is, how soon, how much, but that's really not an issue for discussion, if you like, once you start impacting people's lives. Because when they can feel the vibrancy of the brand personally, then without working too hard, to be honest, then you begin to see those profits trickling in. But I think it's really important to keep that front and center. There must always be that balance between what are we doing from a profitable perspective, but having answered the question of sharing the value that we have. And so, and that's ultimately why we decided to even move further beyond just saying we're running a sustainable business. We're trying to have social impact by trying to be accountable. We want to be held to account in our social contract. When we say we want to transform lives, then we want you as a third party to come and say, yes, we can see that you transformed the following lives in the following way. This is sort of the value that you have added to these communities. It's why our foundations, the two foundations that we run through, Safaricom Foundation and the M-Pesa Foundation, have projects that run across different industries, different sectors, but across the whole country. It's not single focused on health. It's something, everything that will touch the lives of Kenyans across the board. So for us, that's our very purpose. That's why we exist as Safaricom, to transform lives. And once we transform lives, then the rest will sort of follow.
And I guess also as you're transforming lives, it's not just organizations like this and platforms like this who have an access to this, but those consumers whose lives you're transforming then speak to other people who ultimately become your consumer as well, because they see the way lives are transformed and they want to join that journey. So that value of shared value grows in that process, which I'm sure you've also seen as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a knock-on effect, as you say. And once the value has been identified by the communities that we're living in, you get into a community. Safaricom has come into town, and we had a recent roadshow in a certain part of the country, and the kind of reception that you get in some of those rural communities tells you that there's a difference that you're making because they've heard about Safaricom. They've heard about what you do, and this is not about we've heard about the profits that you're making. This is about the impact that you've had in the lives of people in that part of the country. And so we are privileged. We are happy that you've come in here to partner with us. I mean, our country is going through a tough situation in certain parts of it with drought. And so there's certain things that the government is doing, and we as Safaricom are partnering with them to make sure that we can answer that call of people in our country who don't have access because of drought, to food, food items, etc. So it really cuts across the board.
Amazing. And Masayama as well, at Old Mutual, similar stories, again, in a different part of the continent, but similar stories in terms of transforming lives using shared value. Would you like to share some of the examples from Old Mutual?
Yeah, this is a brand new opportunity. So in South Africa, we have what we call broad-based Black empowerment legislation. And Old Mutual decided that previous transactions that we had did not actually include the lower socioeconomic groups. This time around, we came up with a concept of empowering through helping these customers and communities to actually buy Old Mutual shares. So what we did was that we looked at our own employees, a very important part of shared value. We then looked at our customers and communities broadly. And it took about 3-4 years of the executives working on how this could be structured. The first part of it was just ensuring that all mutual employees, even those that are not South African, even those that don't work in South Africa, benefited. The second part of it was to put together a structure, a trust, a community trust that is based on building skills that are more digital, things like robotics, that all mutual needs for the future economy. And that's been set aside for that. The third part of this was putting shares out in the retail space. And these shares were going for 10 rands. The offer closed yesterday. This is probably one of the biggest things that a financial services company has done, having a retail offer to people that would not even know what a share is. So imagine 20 years from today, you have someone who bought 2,000 rands of these shares, 10 rands each, getting dividends every year like any big shareholder, being able to take their children to school. And some of the customers even bought for their own children. Very easy to execute, but this is where technology comes in. All this was digital. So, we could kind of think, okay, we need everybody to go to the branches. We only had 7 branches across the country where people could go in and get an advisor who could give some information. All of these transactions were done digitally. And that just tells you that you can empower through making someone else's life better from a money perspective. So I am proud to say that we went out and we have more shareholders than ever before. They may not own billions of shares or of rands worth of shares, but the pride of walking out there and saying, I'm an Old Mutual shareholder and I get dividends every year. And my shares are so discounted, but I know that over time I'm going to be able to afford things that I'm not affording. In some instances, buy houses. And what I'm talking about is not new in South Africa, it's been done before. But at this scale, at that price, and also having a retail offer for a financial services company is a breakthrough for us. So again, technology, digital, enabling people that would not even want to play with WhatsApp, but being able to get support in applying and getting their shares. So that's a beautiful shared value story for me, and it's for everyone, our customers, broader communities, and our own employees.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. We are actually out of time, but I'm gonna take a little bit of extra. So maybe just to wrap up, just so we can have this distilled essence of our discussion today, maybe just 30 seconds from both of you, just advice to everyone who's here as to why they really need to apply technology as part of that shared value strategy and the successes that they can experience. So maybe just 30 seconds for a bit of advice. And Ms. Rama, we'll start with you, and then Steve.
Okay. For me, any young person who's starting today and doesn't have a technology subject, or anyone who's at university thinking that they can get jobs tomorrow without technology, you will not be employed. So it is a critical grease to driving that car and being on the road and being able to participate in the economies that African countries are very rapidly getting into. There will be no difference between trading in Africa or trading in another part of the world. We are digitizing in our own way very fast. It may be very simple things that we do, but we're on the path to digitizing, and that's what's going to drive our economies, and not in the long term, but in the near future.
Amazing. Masrama, thank you so much for that. Steve, an advice from your side. Why should we be looking to utilize technology as part of our shared value strategies right now?
Africa has the largest percentage of youth dividend, across the globe. And so with that youth dividend, which is way more than 50%, well over 50%, it means there's absolutely great potential to leverage on shared value. The Rwandan government has done exceedingly well in terms of just providing innovation through digitizing access to services, government, public sector, and private sector. I think our M-Pesa product, which is perhaps the best example of how to do mobile transfer services at scale, that opened up the doors for a significant number of people of our population who did not have access to financial inclusion, which has created a whole new culture of trading, transacting, saving even, is the perfect example of what technology can do. But because of that youth dividend, we absolutely have to exploit it. And perhaps the best way of exploiting that youth dividend in Africa is to innovate. Innovate for that shared value. The numbers are there.
Amazing. Steve Kipton as Chief Corporate Affairs Officer of Safaricom, and Masrama Mariama, Group Marketing, Public Affairs and Sustainability Director at Old Mutual. Thank you to the both of you for joining us. A warm round of applause to them. So we have some special messages that I'd like to invite you both to stay on stage as we watch them. So we have messages of support from Virginia Wilson, who's CEO of SVI in Hong Kong and China, as well as Sarah Downey, who's the CEO of SV Projects in Australia, and Bobby Stilton, who's the CEO of SVI Global and the USA. So let's hear what they have to say.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bobby Silton, Managing Director of the Shared Value Initiative. We're a global platform for shared value practitioners and headquartered out of Boston, Massachusetts in the United States. We were co-founded by Professor Michael Porter and Mark Kramer of Harvard Business School back in 2012. And we have members and a broader community from around the world. Some of our members you may recognize, companies such as Enel, Nestle, Discovery, PayPal, and Abbott. When we meet with our members and companies from our community, one of the top conversations we're having today is about ESG, environment, social, and governance. And this was started as a way to safeguard businesses from risk. The global pandemic and the climate emergency that we're experiencing have certainly accelerated the commitment to ESG, as we are seeing how interconnected we are as a society and how climate change affects all of us. With the outsized role that the private sector plays in society, whether that's job creation, economic growth, the use and protection of natural resources, to creating products and services for consumers, business needs to play a significant and active role in addressing environmental and social challenges as well as opportunities. As the private sector works to address ESG matters, we think we should shift our orientation from just thinking primarily about risk management and mitigation to value creation and to new opportunities. We believe shared value will play an important role in helping companies to achieve their ESG goals while they grow their business and positively impact society. Whether it's a financial institution rethinking what they view as a viable customer and perhaps creating wealth building products for those typically underserved by the financial industry, or a food company that creates more nutritious food and sustainably sources raw materials through a commitment to a regenerative food system. We believe that shared value will play an important role in helping to address the social and environmental needs in a way that creates value for both business and society. There's so much for all of us to do as leaders as we confront the many challenges that we face as a society. And it gives me hope that you are all together this week, connecting with each other to learn, be inspired, and foster meaningful partnerships that will hopefully lead to concrete action that will move our society and planet in a positive direction. I wish all of you a terrific summit with the Shared Value Africa Initiative and continued progress with your efforts to improve our world. Thank you.
Hello, Impact Leaders. I'm Sarah Downey. I'm the CEO of the Shared Value Project here in Australia. I'm coming to you from Melbourne, or Wurundjeri, the land of the Kulin Nation. We've actually just had our own Shared Value Summit here in Australia, and I was so inspired to see the progress that is being made, not just by business, but in fact by all sectors, as each are coming together to try and really shift the needle on these big societal issues that we all know need to be addressed. What's really exciting is that we're no longer talking about the future that we're trying to create. We're actually seeing evidence that it's happening, that action is real. I'm witnessing a real maturity in Australia, and in particular amongst our shared value community, who are reimagining their business models in ways that create value for all stakeholders. We also shared at our summit a fantastic example of government and business coming together, using shared value approach to tackle employment pathways for those coming out of prison, a deep systemic issue. I'd love to see more of this. But the overarching message really from our summit was a challenge. It was a challenge of bravery, because in many ways we have the answers. Globally, we know what needs to be done to tackle these big environmental and social issues. We just need to be braver to get the job done. We need to push harder, we need to take more risks, we need to release ownership so that we can partner authentically, recognizing our own agency and each other's agency at this critical moment in time. So I ask you, as you go through your summit today, just how brave are you being, and can you be braver? Because my hope is that you don't sit back waiting for the perfect business case or for someone else to lead. My hope is that you will be a leader, you will be a change maker, you will choose bravery. You don't have to do it alone, but you do need to do it. Congratulations on your progress so far, and I really hope that you have an amazing summit. Good luck.
Hi everyone, this is Virginia Wilson, Chief Executive of Shared Value Initiative Hong Kong. I'm here today to talk a little bit about what is happening in our region and the company partners that we work with. We have a range of partners. We have AXA from the insurance industry, we have HSBC from banking, and we also have Nestle from the food industry, and we also have local conglomerates. One of the champions, a local conglomerate called New World Development, really champion CSV in their language. And today I want to talk a little bit about language, because right now, we have really looked at many types of expressions of shared value. One of the more, ones that we hear the most is ESG. But we also hear sustainability, stakeholder capitalism, conscious capitalism, and the language actually has been a bit confusing for our ecosystem, because shared value is about leveraging the core business. It's not about terminology, but we know that terminology brings us focus. And what we really need is sustainable thinking. So when we look at shared value and we look at the language and we look at ESG, for example, ESG brings us a structure to implement. It gives shared value thinking the ability to align profit with purpose. And ultimately, we want to be able to find our competitive advantage and reduce or mitigate risk. And so when we look at shared value language and how it's developing in our ecosystem, we really need to look at, what are the materialities of the things that we want to do? And ultimately, we want to strengthen our financial performance. So the language in recent years has really confused our ecosystem. And we don't just speak in English, we speak in Mandarin, in Cantonese, in other dialects. So in the different sectors that we work with, creating shared value is being implemented. But the language is confusing to some of our company members. And we've been working really hard to actually get that piece right. The challenges that we see is really that right now it's a time for collaboration, and collaboration is not easy, especially when we look at cross sectors or across different industries. And so onboarding that type of thinking is something that we are working very hard to do. But we do see a lot of hope. There is a lot of collaborations happening. They're in baby stages. But the important thing is that, without the baby stages, we won't get to the goals. So we really want to be able to get to the goals and get to that final destination of creating shared value for our planet. So thank you for having me today, and wishing you all a great summit.
Received these messages of support. As Sarah spoke, she spoke about bravery being something that's really important. So, and again, I think the examples of Safaricom and Old Mutual in terms of these brave examples are so important to take it from Africa to the world. So we appreciate both of you and all the work you're doing. So thank you so much. To everyone else, so we're about to exit the stage. Just a reminder that the rest of the schedule remains as is. So the next session starts at 2:30. So you're all just in time for the next session. Stretch a bit, get a cup of coffee. Please come back. It's going to be an amazing session. And then finally, just to leave you with, as we exit, just some words of support from one of our sponsors. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you to our amazing panelists, to all of our speakers today. Really appreciate all of you. And we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Yeah.
And this is how it connects us.
私たちをつなぐ
At
APSA, we believe in working with you to find a way to get things done. We call this Africanacity.
That's cool on the beat. That's cool on the beat. That's cool on the beat. That's cool on the beat.
Mumbi Wachira from Strathmore University that was going to take the session, and we had to make a little bit of a change. But I want to say that we've got a young man that we've worked with now for how long, Jabuna? 3 years. So he's one of our first cohort from the Shared Value Africa Academy. So he's gone through the entire training process of how do you as a young business start your shared value journey, look at your purpose and take it further, and apply it within your business. And I want to say I'm standing in front of you today and I'm enormously proud of what Chibuna and Kiru Energy in Nigeria have achieved in the last 3 years since they did the course with us. So without any further ado, I'm going to ask Chibuna to come on stage. He's going to moderate the session for us today. Being a organization that works in the renewable energy space, I think he has got the knowledge and the background from that perspective. So please, Chibuna, come and join us. And thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Thank you, Tiki, for that wonderful introduction. So today's session is going to be very, very quick and impactful. All over the world, we can see that the effects of climate change has continued to manifest itself in various forms, such as droughts, flooding, especially in Nigeria, where I come from, extreme heat waves, as well as fire outbreaks and other aspects of climate change effects. And in today's session, we'll be discussing climate justice and the importance of climate finance, as well as to acknowledge climate change and how it differs in social, economic, public health, and other adverse impacts on underprivileged populations. Ensuring a just transition requires that businesses, government, and civil society, among other groups, address these inequities head on through diverse mitigation and adaptation strategies. Various sources of finance are also crucial in ensuring we can create innovative solutions to counter the negative effects of climate change. Before we begin, I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker today, who is Maria Cristina Papetti, the head of Global Sustainability, Infrastructure and Networks at NL Group. Please, let's make welcome Maria Cristina Papetti.
Good morning. It's a real pleasure and an honor to have been invited again to the Africa Shared Value Leadership Summit, always an inspiring event for me as well as for NL. And a big hug to my dearest friend Tiki and all her dream team. I'm very sorry for not being with you physically. This should be addressed through a systemic approach, which from one side foster local development supporting industrialization, and from the other one is promoting human rights respect, protecting most of all vulnerable people. And so climate justice means building a just and inclusive society where no one is left behind, guaranteeing a brighter future for new generation. And that's why electricity is so crucial. Access to energy plays a key role into unlocking African economic potential in line with UN SDG 7 commitment. According to World Bank, about 78% of world population currently without access to any form of electricity is located in Africa. Energy enables a sustainable development for a continent with rapid economic and demographic growth, where the total population is expected to reach 1.7 billion by 2030, causing strong migration and urbanization flows. And so there is no climate justice without energy justice. The path for the African sustainable growth goes necessarily through electrification, taking advantage from the richness of its natural resources to boost renewable investments. Clean energy, which is driving Enel investments in Africa, is in fact not only pivotal to address climate change, but is also an important leverage to support energy affordability, not relying on commodities. But to be frank, clean energy is not enough. A robust and digitalized infrastructure is mandatory to make that change toward a just society and to catch all the opportunities that this growth is unlocking. When talking about access to electricity, we should move from focusing mainly on rural villages connections and off-grid solutions to a much wider perspective, where grids act as the backbone for an industrialized development, providing new services thanks to digitalization and ensuring energy reliability, so essential to a new African sustainable industrial revolution, or revolution, the way you like the most. Standing at this side of Africa's development for us at Enel means ensuring that this rapid growth is linked with quality of life improvement for the populations, since this is not a second-class continent on the global scenario. We are facing a paradox of matching people-inclusive growth and the country right to industrial development while keeping a low emission footprint, even though Africa is being responsible for only 1/3 of global emissions. That's crazy, no? We need to rethink the transition process in different way, and most of all, we need to act jointly as an ecosystem, leveraging on robust national and international partnerships to implement scalable solutions across Africa and ensure an homogeneous growth. First step is to talk with the governments, working together towards common goals, changing policies and reshaping regulatory frameworks to remove barriers and to make innovative business models and solutions feasible. New rules attract public and private investment that, to ensure a just society, should go far beyond a form of charity and sport projects, moving toward a more systemic approach to untap in the long term the high African potential value. We need to explore new tangible ways to attract adaptation financing, to increase infrastructure resilience against climate risk and local vulnerability. Private sector, financial institutions, governments should team up at the global level to ensure a sustainable development for Africa through both financial resources and also alternative sources. To prevent any greenwashing, Investment should support existing and new value chains, should tackle the worsening impacts from climate change and being linked to SDGs to ensure consistency. This is the approach we are also experiencing at Enel, issuing sustainability bond linked to the achievement of SDGs target. To drive investments in an innovative and sustainable way, a deep knowledge of the local context and stakeholders is mandatory, identifying different priorities and needs to be met at urban and rural level. But this knowledge unveils at the same time new opportunities to be catched, since there are local startups and young African generations full of ideas just waiting to get the chance to implement their proposals. And this is something that also the summit in the past years has shown so clearly and so many times. We cannot do anything alone, though. For this reason, to maximize our commitment toward a just society through an ecosystem approach, Enel became in 2019 founding member of Rest for Africa that has the mission to unlock and speed access to energy through renewables in Africa, supporting policies and engaging other stakeholders in a strong collaboration. Being grids the complementary and essential infrastructures to increase renewable connections, Grids for Africa has been recently created to share knowledge and boost the development of the electricity networks in the continent. In a nutshell, we should stop talking about Africa as the place worth of donation and rather think of African countries as partners for the future. Supporting local transformation and industrialization, making Africa stronger and more resilient against climate change, means at the same time unlock Africa's full potential toward a low carbon future. As a concrete example, being home to 30% of world's mineral reserves linked to green economy, think about lithium, cobalt, and so on, Africa should take the place it deserves on the international arena when it comes to define global energy transition strategy. The right time to act is now. And let's go ahead together to ensure a climate justice for all, because this is exactly the meaning of shared value. Thanks to all. Enjoy your day.
On that note, it's my pleasure to welcome the panel, starting from Virginia Villa Arribas, Deputy Director for the Private Sector Partnerships at World Food Program. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Can't seem to find my...
Okay, second on the list is Mr. Regis Umugiraneza, co-founder and director at Carl Group. and Vice Chairman at Rwanda Chamber of Young Entrepreneurs at Private Sector Federation of Rwanda. Thank you, sir. Welcome. It's my pleasure to welcome Professor Chris Ogbeche. Chris Ogbeche is Dean and Professor of Strategic Management at Lagos Business School and visiting professor at Strathmore Business School in Nairobi, Kenya, and the University of Kigali in Rwanda. Welcome, sir. And finally, it's my pleasure to welcome Garth Tapia, Old Mutual Insure Managing Director, and focuses on delivering customer-centric solutions to the firm's customer base. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. So today we've already opened the session. So Garth, I would love you to introduce yourself and based on this topic, what do you have to say about climate justice and climate finance?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. As you said, Garth Napier, I work for Old Mutual. Old Mutual, as my colleague Masarama introduced earlier, is one of the oldest financial services firm across the African continent. I run our property and casualty business, and I think climate change is one of the major risks we are facing as a business. I think you spoke earlier about floods in Nigeria, where we have a business. We've had similar events in South Africa. And I think what we're seeing happening with climate change is two things. The one is obviously the frequency of climate crisis or events is increasing. And secondly, I think the impact that they're having on communities across the spectrum are becoming a lot more severe. I'll make an example. We had floods in one of our provinces in South Africa called KwaZulu-Natal, and the damage to the in total population was about 50 billion, and only about 18 billion of that was insured. So you've got a massive uninsured impact from climate change. And I think when we talk about climate justice, I think the first aspect is to recognize that as we start seeing the effects of climate change against heat, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's the first thing we've got to think about. I think as an organization, we think about climate change and the role we can play on a couple of dimensions. The first is we're one of the largest asset managers on the continent. We manage about 100 billion rand of dollars of assets for our clients. So we want to be a responsible asset manager and investor. And we've just joined what's called the Net Zero Asset Manager and Asset Owners Alliance, with a focus on saying how can we be responsible investors going forward. Secondly, we've invested in the last 12 months about $2 billion in renewable energy across the continent. So a big push from us to say, where do we make sure we are actually funding change and funding renewable projects across the continent? We've also recently been voted as the #1 ESG investor in the African continent for 2021. So I think, again, for us, it's about being a responsible corporate citizen. And then internally, we've also looked at what role are we playing in impacting the climate. We've reduced our climate emissions by 30% in the last 12 months, and we're hoping that we can actually get to a situation where, as an organization, we are net zero as well. So I think those are some of the lenses we are applying to this. So it's one is obviously very strong awareness of the impact that climate change is having on communities, and how do we use our role as a investor to channel those funds to help fund the transition, as we've done with our renewable energy program.
Thank you so much. Professor Chris, I'm coming to you. So I met Professor Chris back in 2019 at Lagos Business School, where I took a course on the leadership program for sustainable waste management. And it's really a great honor to be moderating a session where he's also a panel. So Professor Chris, please, can you speak on the topic? Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Chris Ogbeche. I am the Dean of Lagos Business School, one of the leading business schools in Africa. Climate change is a reality. It's one of the biggest risks in Africa today. So the biggest problems, and why I call it biggest problems, is that it's at the moment an issue that could cause a lot of food security problems, health problems, because the people that are most impacted climate change problems are those in the rural areas. And for us in the business school, I think we have to show businesses that climate change should not be seen from the lens of an expense. Climate change should be seen from the lens of value. Because climate change, well, if we tackle it properly, could actually reduce costs for businesses. If tackled properly, could actually increase revenue for businesses. If tackled properly, could actually bring about innovation and also open up new opportunities for businesses. And for us at Lagos Business School, we see it as something that is so important that we take it across board, not only talking to big businesses about climate change, but also talking to SMEs and also non-for-profit organizations. Climate change we see as part of ESG. In a few days' time, actually in 2 days' time, I'll be having a conversation with the executives of the leading cement company in Nigeria. And the focus is going to be on ESG. And we'll be discussing their role as a leading cement company in this ESG space and how, not just looking at the negative side of it, but how, as a business, they can embed ESG into their strategy and see it as a way of actually creating shared values. So we in the business school, like any other business school all over the world, see we have a responsibility because you know that the bulk of climate change issues is caused by businesses. Businesses go through business schools. We in the business schools are the ones who help in training these business leaders. So we have the responsibility of helping them to become responsible leaders and responsible managers. As a matter of fact, in Lagos Business School, our purpose is to develop responsible leaders and managers. Those who see business beyond profits. They must see business from the lens of not just making profits, but also being conscious of the need of society, but at the same time, looking at the footprints they make on the environment. So they have to drive purpose, they have to run purpose-driven organizations because that's the only way they can ensure that they are there in the long term. For the simple reason that in Africa, over 70% of the population is under the age of 30. So we have a young population. And research has shown that this young population is gyrating towards organizations that are purpose driven, towards organizations that are green. So any organization, Africa that wants to make it in long term, must think of being purpose driven and also must be green. If you are not green, in the long run, you are going to lose out. And this is the message you have to pass on to business leaders that come through us in the business schools.
Thank you, sir. Regis, I read about your work in disrupting the agricultural space, especially as an entrepreneur, and it's really inspiring what you've been able to achieve at Cal Group. Could you please give us some points on the topic of today?
Thank you. Good evening to everyone. Yes, as moderator said, I'm Regis Omijaneza. I'm a farmer and proud farmer. I work with more than 20,000 farmers of sweet potatoes here in Rwanda, where I founded the CAR group to add value to those sweet potatoes, which was considered as a useless crop in Rwanda because of our background in Rwanda. Sweet potato was considered as basic food 20 years back. So because now Rwanda, as you saw, it's a growing country, it's a developing country. So we have so many other options of food. That's why nowadays urban people, they are not interested in eating sweet potatoes. While in the rural area, more than 80% of households, they are still growing sweet potatoes. So I created a car group to make sure that those farmers are having an access to market for it. So we are making a different product out of it, a very nutritious product where we are using orange fresh sweet potatoes. And now we are producing a bread, biscuit, all nutritious with a lot of vitamins, mostly vitamin A. So apart from that, I'm also chairperson of the cluster of agriculture and livestock at the private sector federation of Rwanda, but in the city of Kigali. So if you not eat today, please let me know. I'm representing all the farmers here in Kigali, and I have to make sure everyone who is in Kigali has a food. So if you are not eating, let me know. Yes, I'm also representing SMEs here on this panel. So as you said, most of the SMEs think that climate change is not their things. Maybe they think, most of them, they think like maybe there's a big companies who work on climate change. But on my perspective, I think it's not for those big companies. When you look at the global level, SMEs we are talking about here are around 90% of global businesses. So if you ignore that number, you are ignoring the climate change. So the fact is, we can do more with the SMEs with the climate change. I think we need even to invest more on SMEs when we are talking about climate change. And when you look at Africa Agenda 2063, every single businesses need to grow. And those business we are talking about, maybe in the 2063, they will be big. And the time to act is today. So we have to not to wait until we get big. So we need to act right now on climate change. So maybe I will talk more later what we can do as SMEs, but I think we need to act right now as SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regis. So over to you, Virginia. Um, I believe that climate change really presents a great challenge to your work at the World Food Programme, due to the increasing droughts and floods and heat waves as well, affecting agricultural cycles and growth of food and even the supply chain of food. So can you tell us a bit more on the topic? Yeah, from your work.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
And yes, you're right. We are. I wanted to say a little bit about what climate change, how climate change is impacting, I think, particularly the most vulnerable populations, but also what the World Food Programme is doing about it. So, my fellow speaker, Dr. Chris, said climate change is a reality, and climate crisis is not a glimpse in the future, is something that communities are living, is a daily reality for a lot of communities. And that's something that we need to we need to cry out and shout out loud a bit more, because we seem to be treating climate change and climate crisis as something that will happen in the future. It is happening today, and we have to be dealing with this today. 40% of the population globally, which is 3.6 billion people, live in places affected by vulnerable to climatic hazards. Climate extremes are one of the leading causes for food insecurity. Climate and food insecurity are extremely linked. But in Africa, just last year, it was climate extremes, and whenever we say climate extremes, is both the shocks but also the deterioration, are the main cause for food security, acute food insecurity in 8 countries, affecting 22.3 million people. And that is just last year. That's for the main cause. And one of the main causes in 14 countries. And countries that contributed the least to climate crisis As we say, and some of the speakers said before, Africa contributed the least to climate crisis, and yet is one of the most affected. 1 in 3 people still lacks access to early warning systems in Africa. And in Africa, Southeast Asia, Central and South America, people are 15 times more likely to die from a climatic hazard than in other areas. So these countries, apart from being the most affected, apart from being those that have contributed the least, are also the ones receiving the least amount of financing overall for climate. I think you probably have seen there was a report, I think it was last year from UNDP, that showed that over the last 7 years, people in non-fragile countries received about 161.2 dollars per person as an average, versus in extremely fragile countries, people will receive 2. So that's the difference in terms of financing. And food insecurity is not surprisingly highest in all these countries. So this is what we deal with, food insecurity at the World Food Programme. And what do? I mean, we mainly care for and serve the populations that are most vulnerable. And we have 60 years of expertise dealing with people that are in fragile environments. You might know the World Food Programme for the work in emergencies. We go in, there is a climatic hazard, there's a disaster. We come in, we support the governments and the different communities, get some food. We help on logistics, and we help with also telecommunications, restoring telecommunications. That's what we are more known for. And hopefully we're able to do that well. But the other thing that we do is work on the root causes. Work on resilience. And on that, let me talk about 4 things that we do in terms of more the climatic angle. One is restore, and is restore livelihoods and restore degraded ecosystems that serve as providers of livelihoods, but also as natural shields against climatic hazards. And here, maybe give you an example of the Sahel. In 2021, in the Sahel, we cover 2.5 million beneficiaries through an integrated approach where we do reforestation, we support access to water, we support access to crops, but then we do it through collaborating with, I think it's 63 local organizations, with universities, only working with the communities. We integrate nutritional programs and programs for farmers and land. And through that, in the last 7 years, we have restored 170,000 hectares. So that's one of the areas. In terms of restoring livelihoods, we work with farmers, to support them on the land management, on their harvest, on the post-harvest, to avoid losses, but also to have access to markets. That's restore. Anticipate. And anticipate is, and I think the World Food Programme was the first one that introduced what we call anticipatory action, which is we have a lot of data in terms of drought, in terms of water, in terms of social instability, in terms of food consumption and food availability and affordability. And then we have a whole map, we call it the global hunger map, and we identify where are the places where there can be a disaster. For instance, in Bangladesh, just 4 days before a flood struck the population, we managed to support those that would have been more affected through cash-based transfers. And they were able to save their lives, their cattle, their livelihoods, and at the end, the emergency, apart from saving lives, we saved 50% of the cost of the emergencies. We have done that also in Somalia, just before this drought, supporting about 17,000 people, and also giving early warning information to 1.2 million people. And then I was talking about the third one, which is protect the most vulnerable with safety nets and insurance programs and insurance schemes. And we put in place in Malawi, I think it's one of the largest micro insurance systems, which they cashed, I think it was last year, and provided 65,000 farmers with cash whenever they were affected because of climatic hazards, with to support their livelihoods. And then just to finish is also energize. And energize, you're talking about energy, and we started working to try to get in all our operations much more access to solar energy, including in order to do solar panels to get water. And we have plenty of examples. I know I'm taking quite a long time, and I'm happy to provide also bilaterally with the different examples. But just to finalize, to say what we think our added value here in at the World Food Programme is that we can do things at a scale. We work in 120 countries. We covered last year 128 million direct beneficiaries, and we are present in the most vulnerable areas. And we believe that whenever we invest on climate and in food systems transformation, we have to invest on the most vulnerable and fragile areas and ensure that the communities, we work with communities directly. We also have information directly from communities. We have daily information about food, about availability, about prices, about market prices. We are determined to support the communities, be actors and empowered actors of their own food and climate systems transformation. And this summit that is happening today, where we try to enhance the access to digital tools, but also electricity and digital literacy, is very, very important, because provided with information, farmers and vulnerable people can be much more owners of their own future and do their own anticipatory action if they have the information in advance. If they have the tools, they are able to do a lot more and be much more actors and not depend on everyone else to support them.
Thank you so much for that elaborate introduction. And linking to what Virginia said, Regis, I'm coming to you. Is it just transition only for big business and to participate in? And what does it mean for an entrepreneur or small and medium-sized enterprises? And how do they participate in it?
Yes, thank you. As I said, it's not for big companies, it's for everyone actually. It's not even for SMEs or companies, even though we are talking here about the private sector, but let's even go to individuals. It's my part, it's your part, it's everyone's part to contribute to climate change. So as I said, the SMEs we are talking here, we were talking about the young people. So when you look at Africa, most of these SMEs are owned by young people. So those are what we are talking about the future, right? So if we are talking about the future, then how can we contribute ourselves to our own future? So it doesn't need to ask government to contribute to my future. So it means I have myself to start thinking about my future. So then the SMEs we are talking about, they have to think about their own future if they want to grow, of course. And they can contribute through different ways. One way is that we are talking about technology today. But when you look at, maybe I can summarize it in one word, eco-innovation. If we are thinking about technologies in agriculture, in construction, in energy, what if we can even innovate in climate justice? So if young people here, if young people of Africa start thinking about eco-innovations, then we are creating our future. Two, we do have people or entrepreneurs who can even invest in climate actions. So those are the opportunities already. So you can invest in that and make money out of it. So I can call them eco-entrepreneurs. Three is eco-adopters, those who are in the business. how can we adopt climate actions within our value chain or within our processing or process of making things. So that's where you have to look at, for example, uh, I say that we are doing processing, and when you are doing value addition, it's a long way from the whole value chain from farm to fork, as we used to say. So then when it comes to the processing, the production side, how we sure that we are using electricity, energy, and water in efficient way. So the time you are reducing water, you are using in the factory, you are contributing to the climate change. So that's where the eco adopters come from. We have to look at the whole our system, the way we do things, and look at what can we do to improve and contribute to the climate change. So those are the things, the categories that SMEs can contribute to climate justice. But there is also the need that those are already in the business, they have to do and adopt. I mentioned about the energy saving and water. That might be one if you are in the business of maybe agribusiness. But when you look at even the production level, those who are in the production, now we are adopting the irrigations. How much water do we need to irrigate the whole 1 hectare, or maybe spending 10,000 of micro cubes for water, or we need just a drip irrigation? So we can cut off the water we use when we are irrigating our farms so that we can even contribute to our future. Two is that, when we are developing products, how do we think and on climate change? That product we are creating, how will impact the climate change? Or how can we design that product in a way it can contribute to climate action? So we need also to think when we are creating a product, when we are trying to develop a product, the science we are putting in developing that product, you have to also to think about the science about the climate change that product will impact on the community. So we need to create the lifestyle product. The other things that we need to do is from that perspective, we need to also to recycle what we are using. For example, in my company, when we started producing bread, bread is a perishable food, so it's 3 to 5 days it's already dead. So we were thinking about what can we do once our bread is not sold in the supermarket. So what we come up with, we come up with an idea of making breadcrumbs out of the bread which is not sold on the market. So what we do, we make sure that we pass through the supermarket every day. So when there's a bread which is not sold in the supermarket, then we call back to the factory and then we dry those bread to make breadcrumbs. So breadcrumbs can last over 1 year. So then it's up to us to make marketing so that we can sell those breadcrumbs. So I used to call our factory that it's a zero waste factory, because when you look at the way we from the farm up to the supermarket or out to the table, we tried our best to make sure that there is no waste between. So we have equipment that help us to wash and peel the sweet potato without peeling it. When we are peeling with the knife, you remove a big cover of the sweet. So we have a technology that can peel the sweet potato without removing that cover. Just remove the small skin. And on the other side, sweet potato itself, it's a perishable food. So before we started making what we are doing, we're having a problem of losses sometimes. When farmers brought their produce to our factory, because of not having technology to store them for a long time, so sometimes we get a lot of losses of sweet potatoes. But now we constructed what we used to call zero energy cooling chamber. So now we can be able to store sweet potatoes more than 6 months without using energy. We are just using bricks and water and charcoals to create the humidity in the room so that we can keep the sweet potatoes for a long time. So we are no longer having the losses. So that's why we used to call ourselves zero waste factory, and we are trying to contribute to our future as well, and also contribute to climate justice.
Please, let's put our hands together for it's what's happening for. Thank you so much. So that I'm coming to you. One moment. So, what is the role of finance in climate justice and the just transition? Practically speaking, can we really stop investing in fossil fuels now, especially in Africa? And what would be the impact on society?
Yeah, it's not. Is it possible to stop immediately? I don't think so. I think important point made by our keynotes earlier is just around the fact that we, as Africa, have a energy deficit. I think step one is how do we actually provide clean, affordable energy to the millions of Africans who at the moment are relying on firewood as their main source of energy is quite a critical challenge for us to solve. Is it solvable without using fossil fuels? I think we still have a long way to go. I think there's a big question around how do you fund the move to renewals across the continent. I think it's not a challenge we can solve ourselves. I think there's a few legs to it. I think the first is developed world is committed 100 billion rand in funding. I think at the last COP, I think they need to start honoring their commitments to help drive it to date. I think they've only delivered 8.5 billion to South Africa as a test to see if it works. And I think that's going to take time before we can get the funding. I think, secondly, as corporates, I think we're going to have to play a bigger role. I think as African corporates, we do have assets. I think we need to start supporting entrepreneurs across the continent to look at is there better ways, cheaper ways, more effective ways of electrification across the whole continent. We can't be looking at big solar plants trying to supply major cities. I think we've got to be finding solutions that are going to work in a rural village, and how can we make the technology available. I think maybe one of the things we need to think about from a funding point of view is it's not only about dollars. I think there's a technology funding that's needed, or a willingness to share intellectual property and not expect a kind of commercial return on it to help drive that transition, which I think we are not getting at the moment. And then lastly, I think the role of SMEs and innovation is one we can't ignore. And I think it's really inspiring to see what you've done in Rwanda, and I think there's many more opportunities across the continent where we can try and use SMEs to drive zero waste. An interesting one is we've got a venture fund which is just invested in SME called EcoWallow, which helps you track your CO2 emissions. So I think climate change is also an opportunity for many entrepreneurs across the continent, and I think we need to be thinking about funding them to make sure these innovative ideas can actually make it down to rural community level, where it will have the biggest impact. So don't know if it's possible without fossil fuels, but I think there's a few things we can do, and I think we need to try and find solutions for ourselves rather than relying on developed economies at this point.
Thank you so much, God. Prof. Chris, so from what Gat has just said, what do you think is the role of African universities and business schools in contributing to climate action and a just transition for Africa? For example, using a case study of Lagos Business School.
Thank you very much. Business schools are in a very unique position because they can shape society in the sense that they influence those who shape society. Last year, the 8 leading business schools in Europe came together to acknowledge the climate crisis they are facing, to set up what they call business schools for climate leadership, to see how they can help businesses tackle this crisis. The African version will be set up in 2 weeks' time in Cairo, and Lagos Business School will be part of it, because business schools can actually do something. They can expand the knowledge available through research. and be partners to businesses in the sense they can actually make business cases for it. You see, with the current recession, many executives are pulling back from ESG. They think they have to survive first before spending money on ESG. Whereas it does not make sense. It actually makes better sense to tackle ESG because they can make more money. Business schools can then transmit this knowledge through curriculum, the programs they develop, and embed it into their MBA programs, executive programs, share it in terms of conferences, and also the consulting work the faculty do with industry. They can also be good advocates in the way they run business schools because they have to practice what they preach. For example, at Lagos Business School, we have the award-winning Sustainability Center, which has been at the forefront of advocacy and capacity building on corporate sustainability for the past 10 years. And we've been working with organizations in this space when most of them were not actually thinking of it. And now we work hand in hand for us to establish their own sustainability strategy, work with them to implement it, even work with them to evaluate the impact they are making in society, the impact they are making in their communities, but most importantly, how it adds to the bottom line to their own bottom line. We have also become environmentally conscious in the sense that if you look at our own energy mix, 50% of our power is from solar. And the reason why we have not gone 100% is that it's expensive. So we are looking for money to make sure by the end of next year, we can have 100% of our power from solar, just to show that it's doable and that in the long run, it is actually a more effective way of powering the school. We also believe in ensuring that we are greener in our own environment by partnering with other organizations that believe in planting trees to show that the more we can be greener, the more the quality of life we have around us can improve. And sustainability and ESG management is also integrated into our teachings at Lagos Business School. All our executive programs, all our MBA programs have that embedded in them. As a matter of fact, all our young MBAs, as soon as they start, they come in. The very first thing we give them, they have to have their own personal program they take on that has to do with community, and they work with it until the end. By the end of their MBA program, they have to present the case for it. We also have the programs we run with people we call change agents, your SMEs, the NGOs who will identify as being people that can solve social problems and make money in the process. And these are the people that, as we help them understand what sustainability is, they can also drive it. And we run a series of programs. One of the ones we benefited from, the waste management program, is aimed at that. And we also believe that working closely with industry can help them understand this. Nigeria did not take advantage of the Millennium Development Goals. And when the Sustainability Development Goals were introduced, we found that the best way of making sure that governments worked hard towards achieving it is to get the private sector involved. So a private sector advisory group was set up, and we became part of it to see how the private sector can come together and work towards achieving those 17 goals as a group so that the impact will be more effective. Then there's also what they call the National National Board for Impact Investing. We decided to be part of it so that we can influence the way research and thinking will play around that space. Now, the final part of it is that the World Economic Forum has this global plastic action plan. At the national level, they also have National Plastic Action Park. They wanted to set up an office in Nigeria. And we had a conversation with them that why not set it up at Lagos Business School so that we can have that opportunity to interact with the private sector, do research, train people, and drive plastic waste effectively as a way of managing climate change. With this, as part of the things we do, we believe that that interaction with private sector and the academic world can give us better results than if we just shy away from it. That, to us, is the best way to make sure that the private sector and the academic world can work together in solving this problem of climate change.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So just in 1 minute, thank you, distinguished panel. In 1 minute, I would love each of us to give a summary, or motivation word, something to just wrap up the session. Go ahead.
One is that climate and food are extremely linked. Today we are experiencing the world's worst global food crisis, with prices that are going up, fuel, food, fertilizers, and we haven't seen the full impact of what is going to happen. If you can dedicate a little bit of support, and I think it's important to do it through your work, through your sustainability, through your personal commitment. It's very important that we act upon this now, and that we act upon it together in universities, financial institutions, governments, but also private sector, that we join forces, because global food insecurity, climate crisis is leading to social instability. We saw it, we have seen it over time and again, and it is not even we in the crisis, food security crisis in 2008, we started seeing the consequences in social instability in 2011. If we don't act upon things now, we are going to see the consequences tomorrow, and it's very important that we work together.
Thank you so much, Virginia. Thank you very much. Regis?
Yes, when you look at what we are saying, it's really good. But how many people who understand what we are saying here? So what I'm trying to mean here is that climate change, maybe it's under our mind, those who are dedicated, or those who came in these kind of meetings. How about the farmers who doesn't get chance to come here? And they are the most affected by the climate change. So what I would ask either different partners here is to do their advocacy on how can we establish in our government institutions that are claiming or that are in charge of climate justice advocacy. So when my SMEs or other SMEs are committed to do some actions, they can find where they can have technical assistance to do that. But most of the time, I'm trying to do it on my own, but I don't have even the knowledge to make it happen. So we need those kind of institutions where I can access those technical assistance on climate change. So that's one. Two, it's about information sharing. Yes, we are discussing. Then the resolutions come from here. How can we reach to those SMEs? How can reach to those small scale farmers? We need also somewhere to get those informations about the climate actions. So I can just conclude on that. But what we need is to act right now. Either if you are government, if you are private sector, everyone need to act right now so that we can comply with the climate justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
I believe we have all we we have all the tools and resources to fight climate change. All we need are responsible leaders in government, private sector, and the social space. Working together, we can make it.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Finally, Garth.
Yeah, I think on a similar basis, I think as corporates, and maybe a challenge to all the corporates in the room, how do we play a better role from a climate financing point of view? Challenge for all of them to join the Net Zero Asset Owners and Asset Managers Alliance and see what difference we can make as Africans on the African continent.
Wow. Thank you so much. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. On this note, this panel is over, and I would love to thank you for your contributions and submissions. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. At this point, I would love to invite Stephen Moore, the head of climate action at GSMA United Kingdom, for your case study presentation. Thank you. Round of applause, please.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be with you here today. First of all, thanks very much to the Shared Value Africa initiative for inviting me here. Also, thank you very much for the badge. I'm already wearing it with pride. So I'm from the GSMA that you might recognize as being the hosts of MWC Africa. We're very proud actually that this is the first time we're putting on MWC Africa, but you might not also be aware that as the industry association, we work a lot with the whole industry and a lot of different topics. And one of the topics that we've been particularly engaging the industry on over the last few years is the issue of climate action. And we actually set an ambition for the mobile industry to be net zero by 2050. This was back in 2019. And net zero by 2050, as you're probably aware, is the pathway that we need to hit to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. So there is quite a significant transition that we obviously need to go on to get there. But how exactly do we go about doing that as an industry, as the mobile industry? And how do we make sure that it's a just transition as well? There are two main areas of focus that we are looking at as an industry. The first one is looking at what our own operations and the impact that they have and how do we decarbonize our own operations. The second one is about the supply chain. So all of the things that we purchase as an industry and how do we look to reduce the impact of those? And as you can imagine, that's a lot of mobile phones. That's one of the biggest impacts that we have. So I'm just going to cover off looking at two areas that are of a particular focus. One on the operations side, which is around switching to renewable electricity. And the second one on the supply chain side, and that's how do we actually move to a more circular economy for devices? This means how do we move to zero waste and more recycling and reuse for mobile devices? So just looking first of all at the first slide, if it moves, which it's not. There we go. So this gives an overview of how we're doing on switching to renewable energy as an industry at the moment. And we've started to track this as an industry association. So we're gathering information from our members and looking to understand how much renewable energy they're currently buying, and also look to understand where do we need to get to by 2030, which, as you're probably aware, is a key milestone, because effectively to be on a path for 1.5 degrees, limiting heating to 1.5 degrees, we need to pretty much halve carbon emissions globally by 2030. And this actually means for our industry, we need to hit an average of 70% use of renewable electricity around the world. Now, in 2020, we were buying about 14%. And in 2021, this increased to 18%. These were direct renewable energy purchases. And the -1%, or the less than 1%, sorry, not minus, less than 1% is what we actually use to generate on site. Now, the largest part of the graph, the more than 80% odd, is grid electricity. There is also some renewable energy in grid electricity, but it's not enough to take us up to the 70% at the moment. So one of the things that we're doing as an industry association has been to talk to our members to understand how they're doing on switching to renewables around the world. And many of them actually have carbon reduction targets that mean that they're going to have to hit 70% renewable electricity by 2030. If we look at the next slide, we recently gathered some information from our members on how much renewable electricity they're using on a per country basis. Thank you. So we can see from this graph that the region that's using the most renewable electricity for mobile networks is Europe, and it's around 70% at the moment. That's followed by North America on around 43%, South America 39%. And then you can see other parts of the world, actually it's a lot less. And this doesn't include the amount of renewable electricity that's on the grid. So this is just direct purchases of renewables by mobile network operators. So the figures for other parts of the world, the amount of renewable electricity that's being used is actually slightly more than this. It could be around 20 to 30%, but it's still quite a lot below where we need it to be by 2030. So this is the landscape that we're facing, and if you look at the next slide, we can see that the total demand that we actually have out to 2030 from a survey that we just did with our members shows that we're actually aiming for about 1 terawatt hour of electricity additional by 2030. Put that into context, that's about the same amount that Benin uses as a country every year. So it's a really significant increase in renewable electricity that our members, mobile network operators, want to access. But there are some challenges around accessing it. And this is where we are looking to have conversations with policymakers, as well as energy generators, as well as potentially financiers as well, to support upgrading and stabilizing national grid so we can actually add additional renewable capacity, because it's not always possible to do so at the moment. Prioritizing RE capacity additions. So making sure that when new energy capacity is being considered within a country, that renewable energy capacity is right at the top of the list and it's prioritized. We need to have access to power purchase agreements, which is something, again, that's not possible in every single country because there isn't necessarily the energy market framework that's there. And we just need a lot more public-private sector collaboration. So I think it's something that, Garth, you mentioned before as well. It's not possible for us to solve these problems by ourselves. We need to actually speak to policymakers and get into the detail of some of the challenges that we face in existing energy market frameworks. But I think the point I wanted to leave on for renewables is that the demand is there. There is a customer. There are big customers here, mobile network operators. They want access to renewables. They need to have it in order to meet their carbon reduction targets. And they love to have stable, long-term, predictable prices because they have pretty much a stable, long-term, predictable amount of energy that they use every year. So that's the first area I wanted to touch on. And the second one is around the supply chain. So it's looking at how we move to a more circular economy for mobile phones. And what exactly do we mean by a circular economy? Not quite sure where I'm meant to be pointing this. So at the moment, the global economy is less than 10% circular. So this means actually more than only 8.6% of all the materials that are dug up out of the ground and made into products are actually recycled and reused into new products. And there is a massive opportunity if we can improve on this figure. So some stats for you. If we are to, there's a prediction actually that the refurbishment market for mobile phones will hit $140 billion by 2030. And at the moment, it's sitting at around $50 billion. So there is a huge opportunity there for businesses to get into that space and to help customers who want to hang on to their phones for longer and who are already hanging on to their phones. If we were to increase, maybe we could go back to the slide before, if we were to increase the use of every mobile phone in the world by just 1 year, that would be the same as removing almost 5 million cars off the road. So it's a huge saving that we can make just by holding onto our phones for longer. And the fact is that 80% of the impact of a mobile phone is in its manufacture. Only 20% of the impact of a phone is in its use. So you can see there's a really massive incentive actually for us to engage more on recycling and refurbishment. The last point at the bottom there is the number of people, and this is not just adults, it's also children, that are currently being affected by e-waste. The social impact of e-waste, particularly, for example, open waste burning. So there is a huge social dimension to this where we can reduce that number hopefully quite significantly by engaging more and having secure waste management systems for phones. So if we look actually at the next slide, what exactly is our vision for 2050 in terms of mobile phones? So we've recently, we did a strategy paper with our members with about 30 different mobile network operators. And we've come up with a vision for where we would like to get to by 2050. And that's devices that have as long a lifetime as possible, that are 100% recyclable, but also they use 100% recycled content. They are made using 100% renewable energy, and where no device ends up as waste. So no device ends up in the ground. When that device no longer is going to be used, all of the materials and the components are reused and recycled and remanufactured. So there's kind of two key prongs of this, which we're going to be focusing on next year. One is around how do we increase longevity of devices, and the second one is how do we move towards zero waste. And I want to say that there's already some really positive signs that we're seeing from the device manufacturers that shows that they're moving in this direction. They're not at that vision yet, but they're moving in this direction. So Samsung recently announced a big new environmental plan where they're looking to use 100% renewable energy. And Samsung is an enormous conglomerate and uses a huge amount of energy every year. Apple has actually said that it wants to have a phone made out of 100% recyclable and recycled content. It just hasn't put a time on that. It hasn't put a date. But maybe we can encourage them to do so. And, we've got the likes of Fairphone, which make a phone that is entirely upgradable. So you can change the camera, you can change the battery, you can upgrade the screen. So this is a model to show that it can work. And its phone looks like pretty much every other smartphone, given that pretty much every smartphone looks the same these days. So I think that's the vision of where we want to get to. And then the final slide that I just want to leave on is what kind of change that we need to see. And I think it's important to say that it's not just the responsibility of the mobile network operators. It's a whole systems change that we need to see. So I've put here kind of the four key stakeholders, I think, in the system. One is obviously around boosting consumer awareness and interest in this to begin with, because we need people to actually want to hold on to their phones for longer and see a benefit to themselves of doing that, and actually maybe incentivize them to bring back phones that are sitting in drawers at home and they're not using at the moment. So the second point is around operator take-back schemes, so starting and expanding those. The third point is actually, which is really key, I think, particularly in the context here today, is having secure waste management systems, which often don't exist or are not at the level that they need to be, and having much more engagement and collaboration with repairers and recyclers. And then the final point is actually engaging suppliers on this. So the device manufacturers. So saying to them, these are actually the things that we would like you to do when you make the phone. We'd like you to use 100% renewable energy. We'd like you to increase the amount of recycled content in the phones. And businesses as purchasers of these devices can start to have these conversations and start to have influence, bearing in mind antitrust and competitive issues as well. Um, so I'll just leave it on that. Hopefully that's a bit of food for thought. But thank you very much for your time today. Thank you.
I get the feeling that it's passing me by.
Hey, are we having a good time? Okay, so we are just at the end of the session. I want to thank Steve for this wonderful case study presentation. I'm also giving our thanks to our panelists, Regis Umu Giranaze, CEO and co-founder and founder at Cal Group Limited, Virginia Villar Aribas, Deputy Director at Private Sector Partnerships World Food Program. Thank you so much for joining us on this panel. Big thank you to Managing Director, Old Mutual Insure, that's Napier, and Professor Chris Oweche, Dean of Lagos Business School. Thank you so much for joining us on the panel. And also a huge thanks to our keynote speaker, Maria Cristina Papetti, and she is the head of global sustainability, infrastructure, and networks at Enel Group in Italy. And most importantly, I want to thank you all, an amazing intelligence audience, for staying put up to this time. A round of applause for yourselves. Thank you very much. Don't go anywhere. We are having our break now, and the next session will begin by 4:30 p.m. and it will be on digital inclusion. Thank you for your time.
Can't seem to find a way out. I wanna be but I'm still. Day breaks as I would change. I get the feeling that it's passing me. Oh, I think I've lost me. Hey, yeah, yeah. Is that right? Say, stop going lost me. Oh, the truth say, truth say.
That's cool on the beat. 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 That's cool on the beat.
Good afternoon. I will ask my fellow panelists to take their seats, please. I think they call my session the graveyard shift, the last one for the day. But I think it's one that you should not miss. So please let the people in and let's close the doors. I'm very delighted to be taking on this topic and it being the last. conversation of the day. I'm sure we've all had a different perspective. The statistics this morning were shocking. I think we Google it and we read about it, but when you hear GSMA, who actually do the research, speak to it, it's quite stark. And then if you relate and think about what you experience at home, I'm from South Africa. My name is Sazini. I think you have seen the introduction or the name up there. I'm the chair of the Shared Value Africa initiative, working quite closely with a few partners who are here today: Old Mutual, Safaricom, Visa, Absa Bank, my former employer. So it's really a, a, an important conversation for us to have today. Digital inclusion for all is something that we have been speaking throughout the day and will continue to speak about, particularly if you look at that this conference is on African soil for the first time. I had the privilege of attending the one in Barcelona. I was blown away. And I did think that when we have our MWC Congress alongside with the Shared Value Africa initiative, the conversation should not be a vertical conversation about industry and the next technology platform and 6G, 5G, metaverse only. It should be a conversation around what are we doing as leaders on the African continent and globally to not leave anyone behind. My CEO, Tiki, consistently talks about how we should not leave anyone behind and we should be an organization or leaders that actually make sure that we drive profit with purpose, which is one of our mantras as an organization. So today, as we engage in the following discussion, I want us to anchor our conversation around a few words: education, financial inclusion, food security. One of our strategic partners, Virginia, was speaking earlier, and she spoke about the lack of food security on the continent and globally as a result of climate change. Technology has a big enabling role within that, particularly if we look at the agribusiness or agriculture and the role that technology can potentially play there, sustainable agricultural methods. Energy access is another word, or a term that I think we will discuss today when we look at digital inclusion, particularly when we look at the energy mix and looking at climate mitigation. I'm not in the school of thought that speaks to climate change. I think the change is here. So we rather speak to climate adaptation. Our ability to do that has a very strong reliance on technology. So if you look at the solar system, if you look at wind energy, the ability to maintain and manage that actually has a very heavy reliance on technology. And if we are a continent that's still vastly energy scarce, and energy deficient is rather the word, how do we then introduce technology? In South Africa, we have joined the load shedding term, where electricity is switched off deliberately for a few hours to conserve energy. Lo and behold, your electricity bill stays the same. And bitterly so. And then we have to be thinking about adaptation technologies. But I think more importantly is the ability to move 1 billion people on this continent with us. And I say with us because we are a very privileged few who have uninterrupted access to technology, uninterrupted connectivity. We actually complain that the speed is so slow, I'm not able to play Fortnite, my kids would complain. But yet we've got a majority, if not 80% of the population, buying data at a cost that is punitive. And if they have access to the connectivity to begin with. So with that being said, I'm going to say a few stats, which you've already heard, but I'll refresh you because it's end of day. From what I checked, 650 mobile users in Africa. There are actually 650 mobile users in Africa, according to the stats that we have seen. And that's 650 million, my goodness. And that is obviously going to increase. 4 out of 10 people have access to internet, which is about 565. And we saw this morning from is it the Director General of GSMA saying that's set to increase by another 100 million. So by 2025, we'll see the numbers increasing. I'd have liked to see him talk about how the cost of data will go down too, but that didn't happen. We've got internet penetration, which is about 47.1%, which is behind the global average, which is sitting at about 66%. What is the impact of that and what does it mean? I think for me, in the context of how children have no access to education, cannot use digital or tablets to get educated. We had COVID, and with COVID, kids sat at home and they could not continue learning because they had no access to internet and technology. Digital literacy remains a huge barrier, and this is not in the context of skills development and employment, but rather the fact that my grandmother or my aunt sitting in some rural area actually does not know how to use her phone as much as she has as we speak 650 million people. There is no concerted effort to try and move and shift a bulk of the population into a space where they understand what it means. Very important for them to understand if we're looking at cybersecurity, particularly as those who become more financially included, they need to be digitally savvy as well. So if over 70% of the people in Africa do not have reliable electricity or energy, what is the impact of digital inclusion? What is the impact on digital inclusion, rather? Is it a pipe dream? Will it actually happen? What does that mean? I think having said that, I think I've teased the conversation, and you will see with the discussions that we'll have today, that most of the conversations will not be around just talking about what we do. My company does that, we do that. I'm going to try and push the boundaries, and we're going to have honest conversations, because digital inclusion and digital access and trying to close that digital divide is what's of utmost importance in this conference, in these conversations today. And I hope we'll be able to land the message. Having said that, let me introduce the format. We have our first keynote speaker. Thereafter, we'll have a panel discussion, and we'll close off with a case study from USAID F. I would like to invite my first keynote, Carl. I said I'm not going to get into surnames. I don't want to butcher people's names. So I'm going to ask Carl to join me and take us through.
Thank you, Sazini. Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me great honor to be here in Kigali to share experiences with leaders and peers on the current experiences that tell us about the future of connectivity. At Visa, we recognize the critical role that partnerships play in delivering solutions to communities where they are. A few days ago, during Youth Connect Africa, here in Kigali, the UNDP resident representative, Mr. Maxwell Gomera, spoke about the human connection that his mother, a greengrocer, built in the community. Though she lacked access to technology and capital, she knew her customers. That knowledge is a critical part of a connectivity issue. Around the world, government responded to social measures to ease the burden of the pandemic on individuals, households, and SMBs. From Togo to Indonesia and Egypt to Guatemala, the shared value of a human experience made public, private, and civil society to collaborate to reverse the impact of COVID-19 on human progress. In many instances, Visa collaborated to make the delivery possible, connecting digital financial resources to support the recovery. In Guatemala, for example, the government's Bono Familia program was designed to bridge the gap to recovery. Nancy Gomez, a hair salon owner, was able to access financial help through the simplified process unlocked by SMS. We did not have to wait for COVID-19 to demonstrate the importance of connectivity in transforming our economies. It represented an accelerator, but the foundation was laid. Across the continent, young and creative minds filled with their mother's inspiration like Maxwell Gomera, are finding ways to ease pathway to uplift African communities. For instance, in Cote d'Ivoire, where I grew up, Moja Ride is transforming the way citizens commute. The solution is removing the need for drivers to carry cash and for the conductor to look for change that he often doesn't have. While it might sound trivial for most, custom-built solutions have a possibility to increase social cohesion. I am reminded of Mr. Gomera's account of his mother, a greengrocer, selling tomatoes who had to give up part of a dream that she could not access because she could not access the required capital. In his words, a business stays small and the dreams stayed small. This is changing because young people across the continent and in Central Asia have witnessed firsthand the opportunity that their mothers could not attain. His mother knew a customer and kept a detailed account of their preferences and served them accordingly. But she couldn't get it right in time to scale. The missing link is often financial data, which is becoming less of a burden for enterprising women and youth across the continent. In Nigeria, for example, Paga built a solution to help small businesses owners digitize their businesses, including payments, point of sale, and access to credit via mobile device. The Business Connect and Grow initiative, in partnership with Samsung, helped reach 6,000 merchants and more than 25,000 agents via Paga's Doroki app. Further afield, in Kyrgyzstan, the Dodo Association of New Market Technology focused on expanding the cashless acceptance infrastructure for electronic payments and electronic commerce in the Dodo market and other members of the association. The latter was developed on a seamless, fast, and secure digital payment system tailored to the needs of merchants in the Dodo Bazaar. There are some universal opportunities to increase acceptance and chart a better pathway for women to take full advantage of the digital economy. From Guatemala to Cote d'Ivoire, via Nigeria and Kyrgyzstan, these are few of the many successful partnerships for growth that were supported by Visa across multiple geographies. Here on the continent, cash transactions continue to dominate, unfortunately. Maxwell's mother's experience remains a common experience of far too many women. Our shared value must recognize that the value that lies in the core capabilities of each partners to address three critical enablers: regulation that enhances interoperability within and cross borders, financial education with a critical module for consumer protection, and connectivity in peri-urban and rural areas. When I think about these three elements, I am reminded of Nitiban, who makes the case for us to uncover the hidden opportunities of informal economy. Maxwell's mother knew her customers and had a written record of a business, but this was not enough. So, as we speak about One Africa, One Voice, a theme which underscores the need for organizations to work together across borders and industries to the benefit of all, we need to ask a simple question: whose Africa and whose voice? Nancy Gomez, Maxwell's mother, and Teresa Initis Banter 2017, and many other women and youth are the fertile seeds of business and enterprises that keep the engines running. They put food on your table. Even here in this hotel, the invisible one, the butchers, the bakers, candlestick makers, they make the machines that your French fries and they make your beds. They have invisible businesswomen trading across borders, all on the side of the road, so that they're invisible, so they're invisible to data gatherers. As I listened to Maxwell's speech to African youth, we could not asking, what if we started to recognize the skills that are embedded in the community? The One Africa, One Voice will become inclusive. It will set the path for building the Africa we have. In doing so, we will transform our economies with enabling prosperity as the end in mind through customers' doorways for women and youth to enter or integrate national, regional, and global value chains. We are here because we believe in the capital value of human progress through partnership. For instance, working alongside Shared Value Africa and USADF, we are developing and implementing a youth-led learning management system a program which aims to share pre-selected course content from the practical business skill and made available to selected USADF grantees with the aim of reaching all of them in about 21 African countries. By coming together as one, we recognize the capital importance of designing solutions with women and youth at the center of the dreams so that the dreams do not remain a hobby. As the UNDP representative shared with you from across the continent last week, the thread that will keep us together as we weave our core capabilities for socio-economic transformation is strengthened by scale, connectivity, and mentorship. Thank you for committing to the transformation of the African women and youth.
Thank you for that, Carl. I think there's, in my keywords, I was remiss in not talking about women and youth. And I am a woman and a gender activist. But we'll engage in that a bit more. Next, we're going to get into a panel discussion. I'm going to invite my fellow panelists, Jamila, Head of Digital Commerce and E-commerce, the UK department. Please join me on stage. Izana, please join me on stage. Izana is the Managing Director of Africa 118. And last but not least, my former colleague, the outgoing CEO for the Absa Bank Kenya, and incoming Group CEO of EcoBank, Jeremy. Hello? Yes. So my esteemed panelists, we're going to have a very good discussion. And as I gave the opening remarks, I did give a few keywords and did say we'll engage in it a bit further. I've just mentioned their names, but I'm going to give each person a few minutes to give me your thought starters, note thought starters. Introduce yourself, whichever way you choose, Jeremy. And it's an inside joke. And your thought starters, who you are, and then we'll start with you, Jeremy, and we'll go around, and then we can get into discussions around digital inclusion. I do want for this particular panel, as I sat there throughout the day, I was itching to ask a question. So I'm going to cut short and I'm going to get two questions from the audience, just two, and I hope we won't run over. It's the last panel of the day, so if we do run over, I'm sure we're all fine. I'm eating into your wine and your dinner, which can wait. So over to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Sazini, and good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today because this is a subject that is very passionate to me and to ABSA, and I guess my future employer also. And that's the subject of financial inclusion and lifting up the lives and livelihoods of Africans across the continent. I'll just talk about a few things because I know time is against us. I mean, we're obviously all very committed to financial inclusion. We've heard all the statistics, which are still relatively disappointing to hear that 50% of Africans don't have access to the internet, right? We thought the computer would change our lives, and then obviously we've moved to the mobile phone, and still we've got work to do. So this afternoon, I'm looking forward to the discussion, around this, and maybe I would start with digital infrastructure. Just the stats that if we've got 50% of Africans not having access to the internet, 50% of Africans probably don't own a smartphone. So if you don't own a smartphone, then you're already restricted as to what you can actually do on your device. You're left with a USSD, pretty much analog device. And that's something which I'll talk about in a little while, because if we don't address that, it doesn't matter what data you have. If you're on that device, you're not really going to be able to do very much on that front. I think the second point is really around digital infrastructure. And in that space, you know, when I talk to leaders, they talk about infrastructure in the form of roads, railways, highways, ports, but I don't hear them talking about digital infrastructure. I don't hear them saying, what are we going to do to give free bandwidth across whole cities, right, to the population? We think of roads, as you're right, to get from point A to point B, but we don't think about digital infrastructure as something to be provided by governments. Instead, we leave that to the telcos and say, you need to put up 5G towers, you need to make it available. So I think we need to flip that switch and actually say, what is the role around public sector and what is that PPP arrangement that needs to actually confer competitive advantage, you know, to our people. Because if we don't have that infrastructure, then you don't have the smartphones to get onto it. It's like saying we're going to build a highway and then not give you cars, expect people to ride on bicycles with it. It doesn't really work, right? So I think that's something we need to look at. Now, in terms of financial access, very briefly, I mean, clearly we need to work in my mind around getting transactional processing down significantly and the costs of those transactions down significantly. And that's a function of cheaper data and also banks and financial institutions looking at that. When we look at the situation today, we need to get millions of people to have bank accounts. Today, in many countries, it is a requirement to have a tax PIN or TIN to open a bank account. So we know that if we take the Kenyan example, you've probably got less than 10 million people with a tax registration number. So that means 30 million or so people cannot open a bank account. Hence, we've seen the proliferation of virtual wallets because you don't require that to open an account. Now, the question is, you're going to be constrained around what you can do with a virtual wallet. And obviously, we're seeing a proliferation of products and services. But it's so important to get the cash transactions out of the system because it improves GDP. And you know, we've seen an improvement during COVID, but it's something which we need to look at. And we need to find digital ways of opening accounts that still give you the protections around KYC, AML, but tackle the risk where it needs to be tackled. Somebody with a $10 balance doesn't need to go through a detailed KYC process to open an account. And that's something we need to look at. Then moving quickly on, financial literacy. You know, is really a huge issue. Digital skills is a real problem, and I think there's two levels to this. One level is the level at a usage point of view. Do I understand what products and services they are? Am I digitally literate to be able to get on that highway and use it? And then there's going to be the issue of digital skills that are going to be exported. Today, you've got data scientists in Africa that are all working for international companies. And with all due respect to international companies, they're paying international salaries and taking the skill sets out. So we're going to see brain drain, but the brain drain is going to be present with us. They will sit and they will be working in Africa for companies that are doing work outside of Africa. And right now, they're becoming unaffordable to African companies to be able to hire those people because they're paying US salaries. Right. So these are things which, you know, that it's great for those people being hired, but it might not be great if we can't generate enough people to train, you know, to train them. And then last but not least, I think one of the things we really need to think about is data analytics and gathering data. We need to use data in the financial sector to make much more informed credit decisions. We typically rely as banks on collateral. We cannot rely on collateral anymore. It has to be based on your behavior, your patterns of use, bringing disparate data, whether it's from the metaverse, what you're doing online, to inform who would be a better credit risk to be able to pass on that data. And the question that I ask on that infrastructure, who controls the data? Most of the data that is being analyzed today is from the Western world where they've got the data and they infer that for Africa. Yet we know the dynamics are completely opposite. The financial realities of Africans is not the same as those in the US. How can we design and develop products when we don't even have the data being analyzed in a sensible way? So how do we do that? What are the policies and procedures that are going to need to do that in a way that is coherent and works for us and allows us to bring down the cost of credit, the access to credit in ways that allows us to be competitive. I think, Sazini, let me stop there. There's a few things that just to kick us off. Thank you.
I like it. And you mentioned cash, and I was looking at Visa Carl over there and saying he'll kick us off from there. Over to you, Carl.
I think I'll just add one point. On the cash element, it's really what we need to solve for. And whatever solution that we design needs to be able to mimic the way cash is moving around. Because cash is expensive. As much as people don't think about it, you need to make sure that you transport it, you store it, and you have it available when people need it. I was in DRC a couple of months ago, and I went to the ATM and I withdrew US dollars. You can only imagine the planes I need to fly in to bring the US dollars and the cost to the economy, but the cost to the individuals as well that may not perceive it, but cash is expensive.
And I know you have given your views and you've done the keynote, so we won't get into that. But I think the important point as well is how, for most of us sitting here, we don't use cash. It actually is used by people who I dare say at the bottom of the pyramid. So we really need to solution for that. And Visa is obviously thinking about it. So is MasterCard, but we'll get into that a bit later. Over to you, Jamil.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today and feel extremely privileged to be amongst so many change makers. A little bit about myself. So I was born in London, spent most of my childhood in various parts of the world, but primarily Canada. I'm of Tanzanian, Nigerian, and Omani heritage, which is why I'm so pleased to be here at the first MWC Africa. I feel at home. This is really amazing. I'm super, super excited. Today, I head up what I think is the most exciting area at the UK's Department for International Trade, which is the Digital Commerce and E-commerce division. Our role in the department is to champion as a route to market, as a key enabler for businesses to be able to trade. For me, when it comes to trade across the continent, I see mobile being at the heart of that trade. But I'm also mindful that with the digital, thank you, with the digital divide being bridged, without the digital divide being bridged, the potential for a thriving economic climate will not happen, or at least it won't reach its full potential. So I'm encouraged by all the discussions today around how we can work together to find solutions, but I'm also hopeful that through partnerships and collaboration that we can find ways to help all of society, both people and businesses. I think it was mentioned in terms of lives and livelihoods. And so for me, that's what mobile can do. It's really about trade. It's about economic empowerment. It's about giving people the ability to access digital services, whether that's in healthcare, whether that's in education, which you mentioned earlier, but also other things like entertainment and sports. What I see happening in terms of the digital revolution in the UK and in other parts of the world, I see that actually Africa is better placed to be able to take advantage of those things if the digital divide was bridged. And so for me, it's really exciting. But yeah, really keen to work with all of you and to figure out how we can find those solutions to the usage gap primarily, but also to figure out how public sector and private sector can work together. Because I do think the point made around relying on the telcos, that's not it. That can't be the answer. The answer has to be around collaboration between both, which will help countries do cross-border trade, but ultimately will lead to economic prosperity and growth.
Thank you for that, Janine. Over to you, Yvonne.
Thank you. So since people are sharing big numbers, one big number is the percent of Ethiopian SMEs that are online is only 10%. So you have 90% of Ethiopian SMEs that do not have any digital presence. The reason why that's important is we know that SMEs that are digitized, they have a presence, grow at 40% faster than those that do not. And we also know that in most countries, if I take Ethiopia as an example, 70, 80% of jobs are created by SMEs. If you can generate faster growth at that level, that generates jobs for young people, which is a key priority for all of us. So I think you mentioned my name is Azana. I'm the managing director of Africa 118. We're lucky to be a startup that is included in the GSMA Innovation Fund. So with our partners at the GSMA Innovation Fund, we did some design thinking to figure out how we can accelerate, how can we bend that curve? How can we bring more SMEs online to create jobs? We found a few issues that need to be solved. One is what you mentioned earlier in terms of awareness. Why, if you have 50% mobile penetration, why is my business not online? So some awareness around, if I have a WhatsApp group, maybe that's not digital presence as a business. So creating awareness, having the expertise. So if I'm told that I need to be online, how do I do it? So trying to solve for that, and then affordability. So typically the solutions are too expensive. So we'll talk about the starter pack that we developed in partnership with the GSMA Fund. But what we found is that the challenges are even more serious if you think about women entrepreneurs. So there's a gap in terms of SMEs in general, but it's even a bigger gap when you get to entrepreneurs that are led by women. So we've come up with some strategies around how to make sure that women entrepreneurs are included in our program, and that has worked quite well. So I'd say that's sort of the context in terms of where we focus our efforts. It's not just an Ethiopian issue. So if you're in Rwandan SMEs are not that further along in terms of digital penetration. Again, I think there's a dinner tonight. I don't know but there's a dinner you're supposed to be wearing African clothes. And for those friends of ours that are coming from non-African countries, you're probably scrambling to see where I can get. So that would be a great business opportunity for a Rwandan business that sells cultural clothes. Right? So sometimes they don't really understand if it's present, real, but that business would do very, very well if they maybe do a search for cultural clothes around here. They probably would have a great day. So it's something that's not just unique to Ethiopia, it's across the continent, and it's something that I believe we need to solve for. And a lot of the work that we've done, I think, can be replicated in other markets. So maybe I'll pause there.
Thank you for that, Tivan. And I think I will start with you there. Because essentially what you're talking about is e-commerce and the access to that. And we saw with the COVID pandemic where it came with an economic impact of the lockdowns and we could not go out and buy stuff. So you had to all of a sudden Pick and Pay, ShopRite, all of them had online. You could buy your groceries online, you could do everything online. Having said that, that obviously is digital inclusion, right? And I've seen the stats from GSMA. They talk to billions around e-commerce on the African continent. But how realistic is that? And is it even an option? I want us at this point to shift from articulating the problems that we've spoken to start speaking to the solutions. So you're an entrepreneur. You've had some growth and you're part of the innovation at GSMA. But the question is, if we're talking about entrepreneurship, unemployment, growth, the e-commerce, how feasible is that if you're looking at it from an African context? And from there, I'll ask you to take that and then I'll double up and ask Jeremy to talk about it from the perspective of the financial sector enabling that and the technology required for it.
It's a great question. So you need to segment. That's actually what we learned from the research. I think that when we went at it with an e-commerce proposition. So we have a mobile payment integration, a shop, and what you realize is around of those that we surveyed, about 80% are not ready for e-commerce. So I think that the focus on e-commerce is maybe premature in many contexts, in many situations for SMEs. There's a lot involved in doing that, but just being present. So I need to have a sort of a web presence, my products, my prices, how to get a hold of me. It's okay if somebody calls me, comes to my shop. That's okay for now. So some segments are ready for e-commerce. So we work with the Ethiopian Women's Export Association. So there's trade between markets. They actually want their products online, show how they can trade. So for them, it makes a lot of sense. For other SMEs, I think the focus just on e-commerce is premature. We saw it. They like it, but then as soon as it becomes, managing it, inventory, delivery, and all that. So I think it's great to train for it, and have them get ready. But I think that just focusing on having everybody have an e-commerce shop, I think for some businesses is premature. That's what we found, but it's coming. So we just need to build towards getting there. So just customizing the solution for where the SME is, And then in many ways, what we found is providing support. So what we do as a business is if you've decided that you're there, so the training and all that we do, but if you want to be there, we can help you as well. So
Yeah, so I think 2 or 3 points to build on that. One, I think, like we said earlier, around partnerships, we need to get things like, because the device of choice is going to be a smartphone, I think, in my mind, right? And mobile internet. So we need to get smartphones down to under, $20, $10 with the ability to be able to transact. And I think that's got to be a focus between, in particular, telcos and the mobile handset providers. And I think that cost is coming down as innovation improves, then that will make it ubiquitous and people to be able to afford it. I think what banks are going to have to do in the interim and as part of that journey is provide mobile handset financing that is affordable to people, right? So whether it's payable over 12 months, 24 months, the way we've seen in the Western world, but our own local version of it. Because then it puts the handsets in the hands of Africans to be able to transact. I think the second thing is that this is where there's a divergence. The Western world is moving towards 5G, which is data heavy, right? Yet our phones are data light because they don't have the memory, they don't have the RAM, right? They don't have the capacity to process these things. If you look on your phone today, most of the space is taken up by apps, right? Not even by what your photos you've taken or what have you, right? And with all due respect to us in the room, we all have $1,000 plus phones, right? Whereas so you can't compare, and we build for those phones. I think we need to build for phones that can take data light applications. And then it seems almost counterintuitive because we're moving to 5G, which is we can do 500 megabytes a second. But guess what? There's going to be a long time before that gets into the hands of, of our users. And then the third is I think we need to find our own local solutions. And there's some very innovative fintechs that are doing things. If you take, say, for example, retail outlets, you talked about, ShopRite and, some of these other stores, which are chain stores in South Africa. But you go to most African countries, I would argue that 90% of retail purchases are done outside formal shops, right? They're done in kiosks and other such places, right? They are not to do it. They don't have many goods and services. And there's companies like Wasoko who have got 50, 60,000 kiosks that are out there that are on a system using a mobile phone that manages inventory and manages supply chains, right? So they know exactly how many packs of margarine they're selling, how many packs of soap, how many packs of cigarettes that they sell on a daily basis. And banks should be able to use that data in lieu of security to be able to provide short-term credit, right? That's much more secure using that data than taking a bet on a business if you go and try and analyze their cash flow. And we need to bring all that data together because you've got bank accounts and then you've got mobile wallets, right? So if we can pull that data together, use the analytics, I think by partnering with fintechs, we can bring capital and provide it to people to start those businesses and employ more people across the continent. So I think those are a few examples of, I think, what we can be able to do going forward.
Can I just jump
Yes.
in? So I think the other thing to add is education.
Absolutely.
So we also we run a program called the Digital Exporting Program, and most of what we do is around education, so capability building. To your point, how do we provide education to these SMEs, micro SMEs, to be able to understand how to start? And we actually do that. But we don't do it ourselves as government. We do it with partners, fintech partners, marketplaces. One of the things we do is partner with over 50 marketplaces around the world, and they then help us educate the micro SMEs and the SMEs. So I think that that whole bit about partnership is absolutely critical because everyone in the whole e-commerce ecosystem has a role to play, whether it's the banks, whether it's the fintechs, whether it's DHL or UPS or whoever else on the logistics side. There is a role to play for all of them, and if they come together, there's no reason why we can't help educate the people that need that most to be able to get to a place where they do start to trade through mobile. And I just think that's something that perhaps we, as a whole, don't really talk about because there are obviously lots of other challenges to get to before that stage. But I also think it's something that we can prepare the next generation of entrepreneurs for, which is how to be digitally savvy and essentially be a digital entrepreneur whether that's a university stage, but before they get to even starting up to startup stage, to starting up their own businesses.
As a follow-up question, yes, we can say the next entrepreneurs, right? University stage. But the reality we have on our continent is that a majority of these entrepreneurs we're talking about are women,
yeah,
and their youth.
Yeah.
And as Carl, you mentioned in your keynote, they are sitting in that digital divide. And the solutions we come up with now need to address that because they pass it on to the next generation and it becomes a cycle. So, how do we break the cycle, Carl? You spoke at the UN meetings a few weeks ago and you spoke about women and youth. And also, just to touch on that, I'll ask also Jeremy to come back to you and I'll get back to you, Jamila. Cost to serve. I hear these stories, I hear the ideas, I think they're great. But the reality is that as a banker, your cost to serve and the transacting cost is punitive, and people therefore have no access. How do we reduce that cost to serve? And I don't want the M-Pesa example. I want new examples to come up in our continent to see how we reduce the cost to serve, reduce the cost to transact, so that the very population, 80%, can have access, digital access, but also they're included in the economy.
So first, we need to think of them as the foundation of a pyramid and not the bottom. And what are the solutions that we need to find so that we continue to strengthen the foundation? I'm talking about the grocer, I'm talking about the baker, I'm talking about the carpenter. And can we find solution that allows individuals in a specific country to actually buy the goods and services from them? Because what we also find is that the consumption pattern of those that can afford is not necessarily geared towards the foundation of a pyramid. So we can't dissociate how people consume in the economy to how we support the foundation of a pyramid. In terms of the solution that we think about, I mentioned Moja Rides. So Moja Rides, they found a way to ensure that the example of a matatu in Kenya, for example, or a taxi in South Africa, you can actually have payment which is tap solution. But for them to come up with that solution, they have to think about how do you ease the burden of the individual that is starting a business as in transportation. And the conversation cannot be separated from what's going on in the rest of the country. Jeremy spoke about building roads and infrastructure. But what about the invisible infrastructure, which is about payments, to allow that anyone, anywhere can actually make that transaction? So the fintech are providing some of the solution. Jeremy spoke about the collaboration between the banks that have, as you mentioned, certain costs that are hard to reduce. But the critical mass, and it's a volume issue. How do we get more people to be able to come and see value in what is being offered? Because we can't make the assumption that the solution that is being offered is of value to them.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I mean, I think exactly. It's all about, I think, collaboration, partnerships, people bringing the expertise that they have to the table and knitting it together in a way that makes sense. I think one of the challenges which might not be spoken about in some of our markets is the issue of trust, right? And what do I mean about trust? I mean that you've got entrepreneurs who are running successful businesses, but they don't trust putting their money through a bank account because guess what? The tax man can come after it in that system, right? And there's in a bizarre way, I've seen people who grow their businesses to a certain point. When it hits that point, they start another business. When it hits that point, they start another business. So here, this guy owns 20 businesses. If you put it all together, it's a massive business, right? And what we've seen is we've seen the taxman going after digital transactions in form of excise duties, in form of all kinds of taxes, because guess what? They're also suffering from their own financing challenges, right? So I think these are the paradigms that I think we're going to have to challenge ourselves to say you don't want to drive people like in COVID, they went for these taxes. So you've got people moved to digital, became comfortable with digital, now moving away because guess what? We're in a hyperinflation environment at the moment. Every shilling counts, right? People are moving back to cash when they should be moving fast forward into So I think we're going to need policies and general approaches, which is saying we're not going to sort of kill the proverbial goose, which is supporting us, and try and just build that trust in the system. Because if we can get that done, our costs are still very high, even with the likes of, and I won't mention names, the likes of Alipay, WeChat. They, no, I'm going to mention names in Africa. I won't mention the African equivalents, but they are much more expensive than their counterparts in China or in India. What's the answer? Scale, right? We have the same scale as those continents, but because we're broken down into countries, we're not putting it together. That's where you're going to find the struggle of getting the cost per transaction down.
But not to shift the blame, Jeremy, the trust deficit is actually with the bank. So people don't want to put money in the bank. Before the taxman story, we get to it. The interest and the costs we charge a small entrepreneur to open that bank account is punitive. So the trust deficit, I think the Edelman survey has shown that banks and financial institutions are the least trusted. And funny enough, telcos are the most trusted because I guess it's in your hand and you've got Facebook and stuff. But where we are protecting your interests and taking care of your money, there's a higher trust deficit and it's a grudge purchase, like insurance. Garth? But I think answer to that, and then follow on to you, Carl. Cash is expensive, yes, and you speak to the foundation of the pyramid. But your product does not sit at the foundation of the pyramid. How do you think about that and try and get it there? Because they still use cash, and it's important to try and move it away. I will make reference to your competitor, Mastercard. They have a financial inclusion case study where they talk about the SASSA grant system in South Africa and how they moved people from getting cash to using their cards. But the banks, you can only have 2 withdrawals, and after that they'll charge you what they call SAS switch, which is not 10 shillings, it's actually now 20 shillings if you go beyond 2 withdrawals. How do we deal with that? Because those are barriers to entry and they also limit the ability for us to be inclusive. And then if you put in the digital layer where most of us are now paying using our phones, it literally means that they are a century away if they're not there yet. So before you answer, Carl, I need Jeremy to speak to the trust deficit before we talk to the taxman about the banks.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's absolutely right. I mean, there's been good reason, especially after the major financial crisis we saw in 2008, where people's lives were just thrown upside down, right? All their savings disappeared, you know. And I think banks have been forced to come to the table, and I think that mindset needs to change, right? Before, when you wanted to open an account, you had to go to the bank, you had to get dressed up, go and see the manager, go and convince him that you are going to be a good person to have on an account. You needed referees. We've moved along, but we're still not where we need to be. I think we still need to work very hard on efficiency. We still need to work very hard on automation, but I think we do need to consciously work on trust. And I think you do so indirectly by being a force for good. So what you talked about, it's the difference between incentivizing somebody to do something or punishing them if they do something different, right? So you punish you to take your money out. Why? Because you're trying to encourage them to keep the money in the bank, right? So if you incentivize them to keep the money in the bank as opposed to punish them, then somebody perceives it in a different way. So I think we're going to have to work with other industries on this and just see what they're doing. And I think fintechs, are coming up. They don't have any legacy, they don't have any history, and they just serve certain needs. And I think as financial institutions, we have to get with the program. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves irrelevant in the future.
So you only have about 5 to 10% of people that use cards. 90% are still using pitch. And the real question is, how do we ensure that when they enter the financial services, being through mobile money, for example, they can migrate into more sophisticated means of payments? Because you need to be able to ensure that when they enter, the experience of using it makes sense. Can I go to the mom and pop shop corner and be able to make my transaction in a safe and secure way, get what I need, and eventually start? The trust element, if it's a corner shop that is providing already some form of credit, you can take 2 bottles of milk and come and pay the following week. That can be transformed into a digital way of making a transaction. So the way forward is to ensure that we understand very, very clearly also the sophistication of how people are managing their finances. Not always necessarily with money, but with goods and services. And once we have that understanding, we can find solution. But we cannot limit ourselves to say, okay, the product is too sophisticated, but it's only for 5%. No. And to Jeremy's point, it's really about the scale. So when we're talking about AFCTA, it's really going to help us to remove those barriers. And then when we're talking about the market, it's 1.3. I used to live in Togo. There are 7 million people. No matter whichever way you look at it, it's a small market. You bring Nigerian ECOWAS, then you sort of have about 100 million people to start the transaction. I think volume, scale, and the technology that is being brought by MNOs, fintechs, will take us a long way.
Over to you, Ben.
So just on 2 points, you talked about cost to serve and trust. I think when we talked about building trust in terms of brands, we have a partnership with Google and with EcoBank. And when those two brands come together, SMEs tend to, and it's with a view of how do I get, open an account and get visibility. I think I don't have to do research, but I think that the customers of the bank, the SME customers of the bank, would see that as being an investment that the bank is making in their growth, which I think is one way of building trust. And in terms of cost to serve, what we've done is found that the price point that, again, for what we do, which is visibility, making sure that customers can find you and you can grow, around $10 to $20 per month is as much as they're willing to pay. So we've really worked in terms of bringing down the cost of providing services to these small businesses. And I think one of the things that is an opportunity is the telco link. So we're looking at how we can bundle sort of a digital presence pack together with a mobile data package so that I'm online, so I have data, but I'm online as well, so I can connect with my customers. And I think those kind of partnerships should be able to bring the cost to serve down. My last point on trust, because I have my GSMA partners here. When it came to supporting women entrepreneurs, one of the things that we found is that there's a lot of built-in trust in terms of organizations that support women. And so with us, about of the 4,000 entrepreneurs or businesses that we've supported, 70% are women. And what we found is as long as we're willing to enable these organizations that know the women, they have the relationship, the training is done. You mentioned the training, making sure that the training is adapted. That helps to bridge, or it's one way of helping to bridge that gap by leveraging the trust of the associations. And that we found, again, in a way of partnering is made a difference, has moved the needle.
I think the conversation has anchored around access, inclusion, finance, and those kind of topics. But to close it off, Jamil, I think when we look at digital inclusion, yes, we've spoken to the cost of it and what is required and the fintech solutions for it, etc., and the rails that will make that happen. There are social sectors that require digital inclusion. The health sector, the education sector. I think it's easier to talk about how we will enable entrepreneurship, will enable small businesses. But if you look at the social system, and you spoke about infrastructure, Jeremy, how are we making sure that our hospitals stay online and how our schools and the people are now using smart schools and they've got smart boards because the access to knowledge and information becomes exponential for them and not rely on textbooks. So those are real challenges that the next generation is going to face. And in the conversations we've had today, I think every panel spoke to the youth dividend and how we're a how we're a young continent, how we're growing. But we're putting those children in schools that actually do not have access. Our parents and ourselves don't have access to good health systems. And the digital enablement and advancements in technology in that space, if you look at the global north, have advanced quite incredibly. But if you look at the global south, which is ourselves, we haven't quite reached that yet. We have small illnesses that could be solved quite easily, access that could be solved, knowledge that could be solved, but we don't have that. From your perspective, obviously, I'll say you're in the diaspora because you're a sister. How are you dealing with that?
So I would also say again, giving an example from the UK. The UK also during the pandemic struggled with providing healthcare services through digital as well as education. So obviously it's a completely different comparison, but I think that there's still a ways to go. I would say that I think investing in or supporting ed tech entrepreneurs and digital or health tech entrepreneurs is absolutely critical, because that's where I see a lot of the solutions coming from in relation to the continent. There are a lot of amazing ed tech companies that are coming up, and again, as a result of the pandemic, that are really pushing for change. And I also think it will happen in steps. I think this is something that will take a very, very, very long time. Personally, so again, in the UK, I would have a hard time getting access to a GP for an appointment. I then decided, well, let me see what else is out there, and I opted for a a company called Babylon, which I believe is also here in Rwanda. And I'm able to go on my phone. I'm able to find an appointment. I'm able to do that through video or on a call. I'm able to see information on all sorts of other things and diagnosis and all sorts of other things. If I need to actually go into the doctor's office, then I can also do that. That's amazing. But for me, again, I didn't think that that was something I could do, and I was in the UK. So I don't want to say that this stuff is going to happen anytime soon. I think it's going to take a while. I think it's going to take, again, public and private sector collaboration. But I put my trust in this space, in the fintechs, in the ed techs, in the healthcare technology firms, because they are finding really interesting ways to 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 find solutions, but also try new things. And if it doesn't work, well, it moves on to something else. So yeah, I'd say I'm optimistic, but I also don't want to say that we're anywhere near close to where we could be on that front.
No, thank you for that. And I think you've articulated it very well. The challenge remains. The solutions are still to be found. And I think we're all pointing to our entrepreneurs, whether it's agri-tech, fintech, health techs, they need to come up with it. Two questions from the audience. Goodness. Okay, there are three hands, and those are the only hands. Please stand so that no one else can raise a hand. Because then I'll have rolling questions. I'll start with the gentleman on my left, your right.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kingsley, and I run a retail tech startup in Ghana, Nigeria. Hearing Jerome and Carl talk, I saw a lot of synergy into what they were saying. So when we started our business, we were catering for last mile retailers. And initially, we didn't see payment being critical. We thought you just wanted to just capture data and move on. When COVID hit, payment became critical. And fast forward after COVID, we are seeing a decline in them doing payments because there's so much taxation now on the non-cash payment. Now, with the data I see every day, I see two clear things: open banking and open data. Is that something that as a bank and as Visa, you see as a gateway to first, get proper data on these MSMEs and be able to offer them value beyond payment processing so that they will come and stay and persist? Thank you.
Let me take all the questions. I love it. I should have asked that question. Next. Yes.
Oh, hello. Oh yeah, thank you. Um, Thank you so much for the conversation. My name is Owen, and I'm from South Africa. And the question I wanted to ask is definitely digital inclusion is good, and there are many benefits and outcomes that are coming out of it. But what about the other end of it, where too much inclusion also has some negative consequences, particularly if you look at digital financial inclusion, where there's too much access to credit, which we know can cause a lot of social issues or negative issues. We know that scamming, the last 2 years of COVID, scams, fraud kind of increased. So my question then is to maybe Jeremy and Carl, what are you guys doing as companies to balance out the benefits and the negative consequences of too much access? Thanks.
Thank you, Owen. So my name is Andrews. I am from Ghana also. And my question actually hinges on Kinsley's question. We are here in a country where, let me use Ghana as a classical example. First off, there are fintech solutions coming up. And before I realize the government sees opportunities and sets up e-levy to tax everybody. E-levy is electronic levy that you pay on transactions. Momo, mobile money payments, you pay e-levy to the government. They see opportunity to make money off you. Transactions in Ghana is ultimately being driven through mobile money payments. I mean, they don't do banks anymore. Now, my question is about regulatory compliance. In Ghana, the Bank of Ghana has set up sandboxes where they actually have fintechs enter into a sandbox, explore innovations, and then all ultimately towards a certain structured system where compliance is being adhered to and the government has oversight responsibility. Now, to Visa, to uh, bank here and then also to the entrepreneurship ecosystem. And by large, the fintechs, where do we lie when it comes to collaboration with the government? How does banks come into the play to make sure that government doesn't overburden fintechs and the innovations that come to make solutions actually accessible to the last mile, to the retailers, and to people who are actually vulnerable and want to actually make payments without being charged extra? Thank you.
Wow. So we'll start with Nigeria and move to South Africa and end with Ghana. Who's going to take Nigeria?
Um, Thank you very much for your questions. And there should be at least one woman asking a question. We had 3 men.
Good. Great.
But,
Yeah, one more.
um, on
Yes, I
the
have she's going to ask the last question.
okay.
But answer these ones first. Let's start with Nigeria, South Africa, Ghana, and I hope it's a different country.
So the data that you see, I think, speaks to what Jeremy was talking about. The question then becomes, what do we put in place to bring people back? And it's a conversation also with regulators in terms of here's the data, what is the policy environment that we want to continue to inspire innovation? And data is critical. So I don't think we disagree on this one. What can be done? Certainly making sure that more data becomes available in terms of policy making. Jeremy also alluded to the fact that it's often inferred when it comes to the continent, not necessarily using the data that we have, but every day we have data points coming from the way people transact, the way people make phone calls. On the question around the limits of inclusion, it's an important one. Education, education, education. It's critical. We can't expect people to just join financial services for the sake of joining financial services. Many of us were fortunate probably to have some form of financial education at school, but most schools don't have financial education in the curriculum. And we expect people to know how to use it. I think it's not a good assumption. So in terms of what Visa does, we have 2 platforms that we've been created for more than 30 years, translated in multiple languages. One is called Practical Money Skills, the other one is Practical Business Skills, because we realize that people need to actually have those skills. In the context of the World Cup, we just revamped financial football, which is basically a gamified way of learning about financial education. And those are very important. And we do this work with different partners, and it's certainly something which is at the heart of what I do and my responsibilities at Visa. On the tax element, until you widen the base and you have more individuals that contribute, even if it's a small amount, it's a very difficult conversation to have. And you can look at the end result, the e-levy, and say it's a wrong decision, but you need to look at the country as a whole, and not just pick one. And I can understand that it's not necessarily in the right direction, but it depends on where you're sitting and which data you're looking at to make that decision.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I can just build on it. I think with open banking, it's obviously something which we're seeing a lot more of in the West. I think in all reality, there's a conversation or thinking around who really owns the data, yeah, and who can use it, right? So if I look at it and say, well, I've got all these scores of data in the bank around people's transactions, I don't want to open it up and have a fintech come which is not regulated by central banks and then sell products to my customers, right? If I put that hat on. But the reality is that I think we do need to think about how data is gathered, how it's used, who uses it, how it's protected. And often in many of our countries, we don't have legislation that is fully formed or bodies that are there to actually protect consumer rights around this data. And then we also have ignorance around what can I do with my data, right? We've got GDPR and all these things. Go and ask anyone, in a rural area about GDPR. They're not going to tell you anything about it, right? So I think we need to look at that and make sure that as we develop it, we don't just photocopy what is in the West and try and apply it here, because I think it's too expensive again, and I don't think the awareness will be there. So that's something we need to look at. On the issue of the downsides of digital transformation, for sure, education, as Carl has indicated, because people need to be aware. But I think on financial institution side, I still think data analytics is going to be important to see trends, to see velocity of transactions. If somebody's doing a transaction that is completely out of pattern, there's got to be ways where you can quickly identify that, stop the transaction before there's a loss, right? And banks like ours are investing in that. So you'll suddenly get that call, and we're working with even telcos to stop things like SIM swaps, etc., before people lose money. And I think on the last one around levies, I think maybe governments need to see the negative side of overtaxing. We saw it when e-levies came in on some of our telco transactions. Within 6 months, the transaction volumes were down 20% and their tax collections were lower than they were when they started, right? But then the egos set in and no one wants to reverse it, right? And say, okay, we made a mistake, let's change this. Or the legislative process is so tiring and laborious that they don't want to take it through parliament to change it. So I think we need to be having conversations with governments around this, because we need to widen the base. But then it also comes back to people feeling I'm getting something for my taxes, right? Which is a whole big exercise altogether. Thanks.
Thanks for that. I'll take the last question and then we'll move on along in the program.
Thank you. I was hoping to get away with two, but if not, one. Okay, I'm not going to push it. Hi, my name is Carol Ndosia. I'm from Tanzania. I Part of my work supports entrepreneurs and SMEs, and my question would go to the fine gentleman from Ethiopia. How how do you suggest, or how would you recommend that we bring along more businesses online, especially when you have more informal businesses? And for example, in my country, the entrepreneurs do not want to formalize because of whatever they're going to get into. So the taxes, compliance, etc., etc. When they weigh down the pros and the cons, they're like, I'm okay where I am. So what kind of strategies do you use?
Great question. I think it's a lot of it has to do with making it very easy for them to onboard. So there's parts of what we see, which is just being accessible, just so people can reach me, they can see what I do. That part, usually there isn't resistance on part of the entrepreneur. It's just complex. I don't know how to do it. So on that side, I think that what would make a lot of sense. So what we found is that doing partnerships with like telcos, with banks, all the ones that have clients, working with them, youth groups to go out there and actually capture and support the SMEs on. Fintechs, I think, have a big role to play, the e-commerce players as well. So I think it's just to make it very, very easy for them to come on without the, of course, the registration part. Sometimes they resist, but just having a sort of a light presence online usually is not that complex. So what we found is that they're quite open to doing it. Typically, knowledge groups. So if we take in Tanzania, we work there too. If you take people in the tour and travel business together, they tend to share and say, you know what, actually, I get more clients from doing it. So I think it's just extensive partnerships with SME organizations, telcos, banks, people that have bases, and then reaching out with very light touch, low cost solutions seems to be one part of the answer, and maybe there's others. Yeah.
Thank you for that. So thank you so much to my panelists. I think we've had a very great conversation, and we could go on for the whole summit, and we still would not exhaust the importance of digital inclusion. So what we're going to do, we're going to document this panel. We're going to try and extract some of the solutions and challenges raised, and we will share with you, and we'll definitely be reaching out to you for that. As part of our closing, I'm going to invite Kwazi to come through and share a case study with us of some of the partnership that we have, but also with Visa and USADF. He will take us through that, and then we will close the session. Over to you, Kwazi.
Can you hear me now? Much better. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sazini. Again, it's really a pleasure to be here. And I see some familiar faces today here. So good to see some of these familiar faces. I ran into somebody earlier who was saying to me, you know, we've been having Zoom calls for the last 2 years, and we seem to, it feels as if we know people, but we actually haven't met them in person. So, but I feel like I'm among friends here. And since I'm the last customer before food, I think we are friends here. So we will. I'm just going to go through this quickly, and then we will move forward and do the rest of the program. So again, thank you, Sazini. Thank you to this panelist. The conversation that I'm going to have here is just really talk about something that came up when folks were talking about education, education, education. I'm just going to use that sort of as a point of departure, and then go into the conversation that we want to have about this case study and our collaboration between Visa, the practical business skills, something that Carl mentioned just a few minutes ago, and our collaboration with Tiki and her team at SVI. So first of all, so thank you, Tiki, for inviting us to this conversation. It's a really important one. And before I do that, I wanted to just really speak a little bit, just take a step back and go and speak a little bit about what USADF is, because I think that will help us frame the conversation a little bit better. So USADF, the U.S. African Development Foundation, is a organization that's funded by the U.S. Government. We get our funding directly from the U.S. Congress, and we make investments on its behalf, right? And so we invest in grassroots organizations, we invest in upgrade energy companies, we invest in SMEs, we invest in entrepreneurs, basically building them up. We have really three tools that we work with. We work with our capital. That's funding up to $250,000 per grant. We have our technical assistance that we provide, our capacity building through our local implementing partners across a footprint of 21 African countries. And we also have our convening power, which is really to foster collaboration between the grantees that we work with. And the work that we do, about 50 to 60% of it goes into ag. And I'll come back and talk about that a little bit. And the rest of it goes into some of our work in the energy space, and then our social entrepreneurship space. And like I said, it's across 20 plus African countries, and we do development a little differently, right? It's really focused around a localized way and an approach of a community-led development approach, which leverages local content, local knowledge about what is happening on the ground. We just celebrated our 40th year anniversary. We've been around since 1980. And over that time, we have deployed somewhere like over 300 million dollars across that time period, and we have impacted about 10 million people across the continent. And I think that it's really focused around this idea of providing this capital to increase incomes, to drive revenues, and to create jobs. Um, and I want to talk a little bit more about sort of why we do what we do, right? And I think it's important to talk about that because of some of these conversations that we're having in terms of building the cadre of entrepreneurs who are going to be successful and how they can use technology when we talk about inclusion and tech and inclusion and bringing folks along. First of all, just talking about food insecurity, and I think this is a conversation that we've been having all day here. But just to sort of ground the conversation, this idea that across the continent, 70% of people are involved in the food and agriculture in some way, but 27 up to about 30% of folks are food insecure, and that's a real opportunity for us to be able to work in this space, and which is why we also work in this space. And now, when it comes to energy, that's also another issue that we are really focused on, because if you look across the world, 800 million people are energy poor. 600 million of them actually sit here in Africa, right? And so for us, it's really an opportunity for us to invest in that space. And since 2013, what we have done is built a cadre of businesses, energy entrepreneurs, about 150 of them, since 2013, just sort of building in different spaces, in solar, in wind, in biogas, in a lot of different spaces. And then, of course, when it comes to our social entrepreneurship portfolio, which is sort of a catch-all, really focused on women entrepreneurs, those who have tend to be discriminated against in terms of their access to capital, and also looking at the youth bulge and some of the issues around that. And this is something we've spoken about today during the different sessions. Across the continent, 200 million people are between the age of 15 and 24, right? And that is a significant number. And across that, and that number also tends to be increasing up to through 2030. And one of the things that we also realize is that 11 million of those folks across that age group are joining the workforce each year, but only 3 million jobs are available for them, right? And so for us, it's a huge opportunity for us to be able to contribute to youth unemployment, to improve the case for youth unemployment, to increase access to some of these tools that allow them to be successful in their well-being. So I say all of that to say that this is something that we are very excited about, um, and um, and I share all of that to just really set a stage around a few things, right? I've shared the tools that we have at USADF in order to do the work that we do. I've talked about the issues that we are trying to solve, and really what I want to do now is to talk about the how and how technology sort of fits into that, and sort of the reason why we're doing some of these things, right? And so my role at USADF as Chief Strategy Officer is really, one of the mandates that I have is really to think about rethink the value proposition of our capital, right? But also lead a transformation agenda across the way that we work, particularly in technology and how you use technology, and connecting it to something that my colleague panelists have talked about here, Carl. This idea of education, right? And so as we continue to evolve the ways that we improve our investment approach, what I want to do is to ground this part of my presentation around our goal of grantee investment readiness and impact. Really, it's about resilience, and especially what happens beyond USADF once they come on board. And really, what we see on this slide here really is a manifestation of a large idea around how USADF is thinking about what comes next for our grantees. So today, our grant model really sits within this top half of this framework that you're looking at, in the ideation, in the incubation, in the acceleration space. What the aspiration is to get to a place where we are matching the needs of our entrepreneurs who are in the scale up or financing stage, and that if the grantees have grown beyond USADF, we connect them to next stage financing so that they can continue to thrive. And so our point of arrival is a place where we are able to leverage the various existing mechanisms and tools that we have, that allow us to be able to potentially recover portions of that capital through different mechanisms that we have. And for example, if some of that capital from that revolving pool is then used to support entrepreneurs at the incubation stage. Really, it's just really about creating a sustainable way of financing them. But what I think it's important to understand is that, you know, these grantees that we are targeting, you know, they are being targeted by this tool that we have, this something we're calling the learning management system, right, which is being powered by the Visa Practical Business Skills platform in collaboration with SVI. And this brings me to really, you know, why we are here, right, and why we think this partnership that USADF has with Visa and SVI is so important, right? This LMS has been designed as a customized, tailor fit capacity building platform for entrepreneurs across all the markets that we have, in the 20 plus markets that we have, and it's really going to be accessible through online platforms. And this is something that we talked about, right? It's really about education, but how do you have to meet these folks where they are, right? And part of that actually means that, you know, you have to go through the WhatsApp, you have to go through the Facebook, and some of these other tools that we have, right? And really the goal here is to really think about, you know, this idea, think of it in terms of a conveyor belt, right? You know, you receive your grant from USADF, and the expectation is that over the period of your grant, let's say it's 18 months, you must have completed, let's say, 6 to 10 modules of the LMS, which, you know, which you could think of it in terms of an elective course that you took when you were in college, right? But this idea is that, you know, it allows us to also intentionally track the entrepreneurs, following them through a graduation model, which I shared with you earlier, just making sure that they are investment ready, and really equipping them with tools to succeed and become investment ready as they look for ways to access traditional financing later on from commercial banks and so on and so forth. So I think that in aggregate, really what we are trying to do is to build an incubator for small businesses using technology as an anchor, right? And getting them ready for acceleration and ultimately position them to be able to generate a commercial return through the productive use of capital that they receive from other commercial entities. And so with that, I think that I have run out of time. I'm going to stop right there. And but this is something that we're really excited about. We think is going to pay some tremendous dividends into the future. And so stay tuned, watch the space. There's more to come. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kwazi. On that note, we have come to the end of the day and the session, today's session. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I think we start at 9:30 at the main auditorium and then break away into our session. Our first one, I think, is at 11:30 tomorrow on digital infrastructure. So I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have a good evening further. Thank you.